Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the City Board of Directors agenda meeting, where we sit informally to discuss our agenda for our upcoming meeting on March 7th at 6 p.m. I want to thank everybody for being here. Obviously, we've got a lot of interested people in what our agenda is going to hold today. We've got some presentations that we'd like to conduct first. And the first one is a recognition of one of our outstanding teachers in the Little Rock School District. So I'm going to ask Vice Mayor Webb to handle the gavel if there's any necessity for it. I suspect there won't be, but she rules with a firm hand, I've been told. Last December, Vicki Stroud Gunterman was honored by the National Council for the Social Studies as the National Outstanding Elementary Social Studies Teacher of the Year nationwide. Ms. Gunterman is the International Studies Specialist at Gibbs International Magnet School. She has been at Gibbs for 30 years and has taught in the Little Rock School District for 37 years. Winning this national award is not necessarily a new experience for Ms. Gunterman. Actually, we are so lucky. This is her fourth national award. She's the only teacher in Arkansas to have received these 4 international awards. Her previous awards include the Elgin Hines Award presented by the U.S.-Japan Foundation that was previously given to her by our city manager. Ms. Gunterman also leads by example. She's been an exchange teacher both in Japan and Germany and has traveled internationally and has been to 49 of the 50 states. And at Gibbs, in every classroom, they have a country to study. She greets students in each classroom in the native language of that country. One class may be in Mandarin, another in Portuguese, and still another in Arabic. In addition to her teaching, she is the sponsor of the Gibbs Mini United Nations, as well as the Geography Bee. And she's also finishing a book for Mifflin Wistar Gibbs, after whom the school is named. Judge Gibbs was Little Rock's police judge in 1874, and as such, he was the first African American to be elected a municipal judge anywhere in the United States. So we are so pleased to have Vicki Stroud Gunterman as a teacher at International Gibbs Magnet School. I have had the opportunity to be at some of her classes before, and Vicki, there you are.
Right behind you.
I'm happy to present this plaque to you that reads as follows. Little Rock Mayor Mark Sodala and the City Board of Directors and City Manager Bruce Moore congratulate you, Vicki Stroud Gunterman of Gibbs International Magnet School, for being named National Outstanding Elementary Social Studies Teacher of the Year. This award is in recognition of your innovative methods of connecting with students by offering a comprehensive approach, which also recognizes each learner's individual needs. Dated this February 28th of 2017.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
You bet.
Yes, I have several friends in the audience, and I know, Vicki can't get away from a mic without saying something. But I have to say that I couldn't be winning these awards if it wasn't for the great little hidden gem that is Gibbs International Magnet School. And I did help found it 30 years ago. It is a marvelous public school. And I am a proud employee of the Little Rock School District. And yes, it's 37 years, and I guess, Mr. Poor, I'll make it 38. So thank you for this. I also want to recognize my husband. He's also an employee of the Little Rock School District. He teaches at Hall High School. He is my #1 cheerleader. And my nominator, who nominated me for maybe 3 of these national awards, is Dr. Walter Nunn, which many of you know. And as the Mayor Sodala mentioned, it was Bruce Moore who was actually flown into Charleston. I think it was Charleston to present me with my U.S.-Japan Foundation Award, which I had previously told Mr. Poor had been my favorite award so far until this one, which has given me all of the wonderful recognition for myself and my school and my district. And I guess I should include my state. Thank you so much for this recognition. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Vicki.
It keeps coming back on. It's not going off, just stay alone.
Try it now.
Just keep going straight on. That's fine. I'm okay.
Is your light on?
Yeah, that's okay. Vicki, I
Go
want to
ahead,
say
if you would, please.
congratulations to you. We're certainly proud of you. And I heard the mayor say he had a chance to attend some of your classes, and hopefully he was better behaved in your class than he is up here sometime.
He was very well behaved.
That's a surprise.
Okay, we can now move on to our next presentation. And I'd like to, this is one I think is really exciting for the city of Little Rock. And we have with us today an AmeriCorps National Civilian Community Corps called Sun Team 7. And I'd like to call on Kevin Howard. What? You want to do that one next? Okay. I think we can go ahead and do this and get it out of the way. That's all right with you. And then we'll deal with Superintendent Michael Poore. So is Kevin, are you here with your team? This is a team that deals with how we can help improve our community and those areas of our city that are most in need. Kevin, you want to have the team come forward, introduce them quickly, and let them tell us who they are and where they're from, and then tell us about the program.
Yeah, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board of Directors. We have here the AmeriCorps NCCC Sun 17, and they're hosted out of Denver, but the team members are from different parts of the country. We are providing energy conservation to the citizens of Little Rock, and I have Jack Popwell that'll go ahead and explain what they've been doing the last 3 weeks since they've been here. They'll be here for 8 weeks. They're leaving on March the 31st, and he'll explain what they've been doing so far and what they've actually done.
Hi, my name's Jack Popwell. As you said, we're based out of Denver, but we're from all over. I'm personally from Birmingham, Alabama. So for the past 3.5 weeks, we've worked with testing homes in low-income areas throughout the city, and then working to make sure those homes are more energy efficient, whether that be replacing light bulbs, sealing up, gaps and cracks throughout the building so there's not as much air escaping, replacing some aerators, just general energy conservation and help saving people money on their power bills. I managed to get a few stats that I can share with you. So as of right now, we've attempted to contact 77 people on this list that we've been given. We've actually made contact with 53. We've visited 28 homes, and then we've completed our work on 17. And we have a good bit more to start working through the rest of our time here. I guess I can just let. And we received training on lead-based paint that we can use for the future also to train other people in. We received training on healthy homes through Kevin, and then we've also received training on just energy conservation methods in general while we've been here.
Tell them about a few places you've been to.
While we've been here, we've been to a few of the local spots in Little Rock. We hiked up Pinnacle Mountain the hard way, where you're literally climbing up it. We've gone to the Clinton Library, right? We have, what else have we done? We've eaten next up at local restaurants around town. We really love the food. Yeah, we had a great time so far here. looking forward to the rest of it.
Do you want to introduce your team and let's who they are, where they're from, and
Sure. You want to come up? Steve?
what they think they're going to do after they get done with their AmeriCorps experience?
I'm Nathan. I'm 23 from Washington. After I get done with AmeriCorps, I'll probably go back to community college to get an associate's degree.
I'm Daniel. I'm from Los Angeles, California. After I finish off with AmeriCorps, I'm looking to teach English in Israel for 1 year on a program, and then after that, might go to grad school, law school specifically.
My name is Callie, and I'm from Maine. I hope to move to Denver after this and start community college. What for, I do not know yet.
Hi, my name is Skylar. I'm from West Virginia, and when I get through with AmeriCorps, I'm planning on joining the Peace Corps, and then after that, grad school.
Hi, I'm Marley. I'm from Pennsylvania, and after AmeriCorps, I'm going to go to community college.
I'm Tommy. I'm from Connecticut, and I'll be joining the Army.
Hi, I'm Kimberly. I'm from Boston. After this year, I'm going to re-up for another year of AmeriCorps and join an emergency response team that we just worked with, hopefully.
I'm Erica. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm hoping to join the same emergency response team as well.
Hi, I'm Sherry. I'm from Illinois, and after this, hopefully I'll be able to get into a research lab for biology or chemistry.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I'm from Nashville, and after this, hopefully I'll do another year of AmeriCorps in Tennessee.
Well, very good. Kevin, you've got, sounds like you got some great workers there, volunteering and community building for us, and I will tell you, this program is so very, very important. We're able to take people, many retired, elderly, on limited incomes, homes that are in desperate need of improvements in terms of conservation and weatherization. You're improving their lives, saving some money in their pocketbook, and I know when we did this program before, one of the unintended benefits was we found that 40 out of the 50 homes that were done had gas leaks, and we were able to get those gas leaks corrected. So it's a great program. For those of you who don't know about AmeriCorps, these young people volunteer a year of their lives for a very small stipend to come and do work throughout the country on a variety of different programs. Sometimes there's a second year involved if they want to do it. And one of the great benefits, those of you who heard talking about wanting to go to college, it offers a $5,000 stipend to help with college expenses, oftentimes matched by the college themselves with another $5,000. So congratulations, great. Thank you so much for helping our community. Okay, the next presentation we have is from our superintendent of the Little Rock School District, Michael Poore. Mr. Poore, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you and look forward to our discussion. I have a brief PowerPoint that I want to try to run through that just kind of hopefully give some context and then try to address any questions that you might have just in terms of things that have been going on over my tenure as well as where we're headed maybe a little bit out into the future. I got to thinking a little bit in preparing for this presentation that we're now at approximately 10 months since I was announced as being the superintendent, 8 months since I've actually formally been the superintendent. So you put that into context, and it seems like there's a lot that's gone on in that short span of time. We've got a phrase that we're using in the district that we really like and appreciate, and I think that is exhibited in many ways through the work that we've done with many of you, either as citizens or business leaders or as council members, and specifically with the city in terms of the power of us, of folks working together to do good things for kids. And there's been a lot of wonderful things that have just recently happened in that regard. You look at Fair and McClellan getting taken off of academic watch. You look at having our alternative campus, Hamilton, being recognized at the Capitol as being an outstanding alternative program. You look at having our food service program being recognized as one of the top 7 in the nation for breakfast delivery for students. We've kicked off a career development center that will impact seniors and juniors as they try to matriculate on into post-secondary life, whether it's into the business world or into post-secondary opportunities in colleges. And so we've had a very, very exciting last month even. That's all happened in February. So Pam, if you'll go ahead and click the next slide. I want to start with the fact that there are some challenges, and the challenges are those that they're not going to be unfamiliar to all of you. You know, the very first thing to understand is that the reality of coming into this district is the loss of desegregation funds. It's interesting that a lot of people still don't realize that that's a reality, that that's $41 million that's being taken out of our budget, and that was an ongoing set of revenue that was coming into the district that's now leaving. And I'll go into a little bit more detail later. Public perception has always been a challenge and still is a challenge in terms of the work we must do to try to create positive attitudes towards our district, and frankly, that's not always there right now even, and we've got to continue to work on that. We're proud of the key thing in terms of getting local control back, which is a charge that has been given to me by the governor and by the commissioner and by this community over and over and over. I've heard people say we need to get local control back. The key is to get the distressed schools tag taken away. That's gone from 6 schools down to now 3, and so that's a positive. We also believe that some of our priority and focus schools will have a change in status once the state does that calculation. We have challenges on graduation rates, and you need to understand that we had a 5% drop as I came into the district in terms of its graduation performance as an overall district. 5% is a pretty large number to lose all in 1 year, and so we've got to tackle that. Multiple capital needs, I'll cover this in a little bit more detail, but Fannie Howie's study done in 2014 showed that there was over $300 million worth of capital needs that have not been taken care of in this district, and it's my obligation as your superintendent to do everything we can to create learning environments. Of course, we want to have support for all of our students in terms of wraparound and making sure that they're being taken care of on some of their basic needs, and we've got a great partnership with the city and Goodwill to do that with Bright Futures. Middle school enrollment's one of our biggest challenges, where we lose more students than at any other level. It's now kind of seeped down into the elementary level, though, because charter schools, private schools, all start to recruit our students as early as 2nd and 3rd grade to try to make choices to go into the middle school so that they can get into the middle school at an early age and not be left out. And so we've got to tackle that. And then we've got antiquated business systems that sometimes frustrate our public. A phone system that we just recently got installed, but it took over almost 3 years to get a phone system into Little Rock. We have eSchool that we were the last in the state to move towards a student registration system that the entire state has gone to. Online testing, we got into that late. There's a whole variety of things that are kind of the dynamic of things that I've inherited that we've got to tackle, and we've got to tackle them head first. So if we go to the next slide, the budget realities, these are things that I hope that many of you are already familiar with. That there's already been a large reduction in budget prior to me arriving, and now this year we have an $11 million budget target. It's important to note that the previous budget reductions really fell on our employees. They had a reduction of days, either sometimes 5 less days or 2 less days. They also had their insurance benefits that the district provided reduced and went from $75 less per month coming into their paychecks. That was every single employee. And every single employee had a loss of contract days. So the other thing is there's folks that have lost their jobs because we've tightened staffing, and we have to do even more of that this year. So the employees in the Little Rock District have really taken a burden in terms of this initial budget reductions, and now we have $11 million. If you go to the next slide, it actually then shows the budget of what we're looking at for this upcoming year. And it shows a little bit of some of the money that was reduced during the start of the year to also get us into a good place. The $11 million, you have choices. It's interesting that when you look at the budget reductions and you look at what's going on in North Little Rock and you also look at Pulaski School District, they're going through some of the same type of things because they also are losing their desegregation money. And when you're a people-intensive business, which as city and board directors, you understand that that's kind of your situation as well, that you have very few things that you can do without impacting people. We've already impacted a large number of people. And to be honest with you, one of the things that led to some of the decisions that we made on budget reductions is try not to impact our employees in a deeper way. One of the options and choices, and we tried to be very transparent of sharing all the options and choices, was to privatize food service and privatize work for our custodial staff. If we'd have done that, those folks probably would have been hired by those other companies that may have taken over, but they would have lost their retirement benefits. They would have not had as good of health insurance situation. That would have had an impact on our community. We could go even tighten staffing even more to a higher level, and if you do that, again, you're going to lose people's jobs, and that's a bigger impact. So one of the things that you see up here is the school program consolidation, and you see that there's $3.8 million that is going to be realized to be taken off our books. It's important to understand that the $3.8 million as it comes off, it takes into account a little bit of tightening with staffing, although not all staffing. Teachers are going to follow the students. Some of the other positions, such as principals and our custodial staff, our cafeteria staff, that happens through attrition, where we have that reduction. We also have a reduction that comes on those school closures by, closing the building and not having those utility costs. You can see that we're going to tighten up staffing at the secondary level as well. And to really put it in the easiest terms is that we get staffed at a number that we rarely reach. I've been in all sorts of classrooms at the middle school and high school. I've only been in one classroom that had 25 students. And I'm not trying to advocate that all of our classrooms are going to be at 30. In fact, it's physically impossible to do that at Central High School and even some of our other high schools because there's just not space in some of those classrooms. But what we can do is try to staff so that we don't have classrooms of 10 and 12, which I've also seen in the secondary level, and those things don't make sense in terms of the budget realities of the money that we have coming in. You can see that we have a variety of other things that are on there in terms of what we're going to do. I do want to highlight the fact that we are going to reduce central office, and we probably have already started to realize about $500,000 of that particular savings just as people have left. We're not hiring them back, and we're reassigning duties and responsibilities. The big thing is that you can see that there's a variety of things here that we've chose to do. The school closures, and I'm positive that some of you may have some questions about that in terms of how we identified those buildings, and I'm certainly willing to answer that. But the reality was that you need to understand that this wasn't just an idea that Mike Poore came up with. This was a reality that has been discussed in this community over a number of years in terms of the potential closures. There was a committee that was the Citizen Advisory Committee that had a subset that was called the Facility Committee, where members of that committee actually put names in to say that here are the names that I think would be the best schools to close. Baker Kerr has had on his agenda if he would have stayed as the superintendent to announce his school closures in August. And I had numerous media members bring that up to me to say, what is it that you're doing? We tried to go through a process, and I will tell you that the process, if you go to the next slide, Pam.
And Mr. Poore, before you continue, we typically don't allow posters and that type of thing in our boardrooms. I think your point certainly about the school closure issues is made and has been made. There are some people that could not see that you were holding up the slide, so I appreciate your respect for the process that we have here, and certainly we're well aware of the impact that these school closures have on community and certainly on teachers and most importantly on the students. So thank you. I appreciate you respecting that. Go ahead, Mr. Poore.
Thank you. The transparency into this is that we tried a variety of different means, and I know that there will be some people that will say, well, it wasn't right, it wasn't enough. We had 7 different community meetings. We had meetings with our community advisory board where people came and spoke. We did have a few, not many. We also had the opportunity for people to participate online in terms of submitting budget proposals or other thoughts of what we might want to do. As a part of all that, we did make adjustments on the budget, and again, I think I've shared that we've made 3 different changes to the budget as we listened to community. When we got to January and I made my recommendation known of what my recommendation would be to the commissioner who acts on behalf of this community as the school board, we also held meetings in that public venue to capture opinions and thoughts from those specific communities, meaning the 2 schools, Franklin as well as Wilson Elementary, and provided all that information to the commissioner as he looked and worked on making his own decision. The timeline of these decisions, it couldn't be delayed to some degree, because if you look at it, first off, we have a responsibility to our community, to our parents, to make them aware of what their choices are. And I know that, right now, this is the time when parents have already submitted where they want to go in terms of whether they want to seek a magnet option or whether another option in the Little Rock district, or they even seek to go outside of our district. So we had to do that. It also lends itself in then to a staffing issue in terms of executing all that. And finally, it also works in terms of us trying to make sure that our partners that have been a part of these schools are going to continue to be with the district. Best example of that is at Franklin. We had the clinic with Children's Hospital, and Children's Hospital has agreed that they will be moving the clinic to Stevens. And we're still working out those details in terms of getting that solved, but that's a key thing that's very important to our children, and we're proud that we've got that part accomplished. I want to talk about willingness to invest, and I know that probably in many places sounds like, wow, this is just crazy almost that we don't have a board and we don't have, we've had school closures and tough budget issues, and then followed up to say we seek to have the community reinvest by extending debt. If you go to the next slide, Pam, we've got to compete. We can't wait to have things improve in terms of the learning environments in these schools. They've been ignored. When you have $300 million worth of capital projects identified in 2014, and now we're at 2017, when we've had promises of building a Southwest high school and it hasn't gotten accomplished, we've got to go move forward. And if we don't, what does that mean? Does it mean that charters have even a greater opportunity to advance? Does it mean that we have learning environments, this is what's most important to me, learning environments that are not as conducive to our students? And is it right that they don't have good lighting, that they still have leaks in their roof, that they have air conditioning units that don't function? Next slide, please, Pam. So we have tried to take on a phrase that just says LRSD now. Now, we've got to move forward, and I hope that you've seen us be very aggressive on a lot of things to say we're going to go move forward. And let's go to the next slide, Pam. The capital improvements we're talking about, the Board of Education did talk about going to you as voters in 2014 with a package that would have actually increased the millage rate. In the example that we're ready to share with you, it is not an increase, it's just an extension of the debt. We know that the target for delivery, that if we go out in May and get a vote that is positive and a yes vote, we can go impact learning environments in the fall. We can go get Southwest High School built to be ready to open in 2019. So the impact on this will have an impact throughout our district, and one of the things that I will provide you, and I may have Ms. Vicki help me get this document to the members of the Board of Directors, is that we can impact a large, we're talking about virtually every school in the district having an impact if this gets moved forward. And I want you to know that we've included the community in terms of trying to package this, because we've been to places like the Southwest with Director Adcock, and she was a part of that meeting, but we've also been to places where our families are. We've talked to the parents of Fair and McClellan. We've talked to the middle school and elementary, where we've understood and we've packaged that with what our needs have previously been. So Pam, let's go to the next slide. These projects are a variety of different things, and the directors, you're now seeing the package that we sent out to the commissioner. These are available online for community members that we don't have a physical copy for you. All these things work to enhance learning environments, and it also upholds our end of trying to make sure that we move forward on Southwest High. And of course, another key thing that we've got to revitalize McClellan High School and repurpose it. Next slide. The vision of that, if you'll go one more again, Pam, we've tried to look at it in terms of a variety of different ways that you always do when you try to build a school, of a variety of different voices, especially on the Southwest High delivery. We'll go to the next slide. And that means a variety of input from, again, students, staff, and community. Next slide. The school will have 2,200 kids. It will have the ability to be expanded on, and it will be a large campus, 400,000 square feet, one that you'll be proud of. When we looked at the price on this, you'll understand, members of the board, you'll see a number there that shows that there's a portion of this extension of debt that would go towards it, but we've already set money aside because the last year of the desegregation funds all have to go towards capital projects. So you combine that with the extension of the mill, and we get to a place where we believe right now, and we haven't been able to go out to bid, but probably is going to be around $167 a square foot, we hope. That's really positive on a high school. If you go look at all the other campuses that have occurred all around our area, they have been at a much higher rate in terms of a price. Also, I can tell you that when we did Bentonville West, the price there in 2014, we locked in at $164 a square foot, and it was virtually the same size. The campus is literally locked right in the middle, 6 miles from each of the other campuses. The kids have already renamed the mascot, even though we haven't officially made that a real endeavor. They're calling it the Griffin. Combines both the eagle and the lion. Next slide. This is a really wooded area, and we've promised the residents that we're going to try to keep all the perimeter trees so that it helps with sound and also helps with lights and also aesthetics. Next slide. The area right here, there kind of is 3 hubs, if you will. You can see with the purple, that's the fine arts. You can see where the gym and athletic, they're in yellow areas. And then the main entry is up there by where the auxiliary gym is. And that's also nearby where the cafeteria. 3-story building, and again, it's going to be designed so that it's efficient. It will not be called a Taj Mahal. It'll be called the school that you're very proud of. Next slide. Again, it ties in just a little bit in terms of giving you a couple different views. Next slide. Classrooms, when our kids get to see these pictures, they go, we've seen this. We saw it at Conway. We saw it at Cabot, we saw it at North Little Rock. How come we can't have this right now? And the reality is that they should have these type of learning environments. Do you realize all the lights right there? McClellan High School does not have one window. Next slide. Again, just another example of the learning spaces that we will work with. Next slide. Obviously, we'll have the fine arts and athletic ends, and you can go to the next slide too, Pam, that shows the athletic. Again, nothing that will be over the top, but just a quality place where people can gather and meet. Next slide. We'll also have great collaborative spaces for our students to learn and work. That's a key in this type of 21st century learning environment. Next slide. This is the words that the kids have said were most important to them when they thought about this building. And this is what we're trying to do in terms of the design for at least the Southwest High School. Next slide. Going back to LRSD now. You know, do we wait another year? Because the needs aren't going away. You've had the needs for 4 or 5 years, maybe even longer. And is it not time to go and make it a reality in a time when we can do it simply by extending debt? Does this get all of our projects done? It does not. But it puts us on a level where it will help build trust because of the great work that we can go do to improve learning environments. Next slide. Learning environments. Something to leave you. I've seen everything from a high of 11%, and I kept the article just in case somebody wanted to bring it up. That probably is too high, but I've seen realistic numbers of 2 to 3%. When you think about improving air conditioning, you can think about windows, you think about lights, you think about things that would improve the airflow in buildings. 2 to 3% is probably realistic in terms of improvement on achievement just by having appropriate learning environments. And you know, what I felt as your superintendent is a sense of urgency. Urgency to make sure that we move forward to impact our kids, and I want us to be a better district next year. How this gets taken from either the folks that are watching on TV, the folks that are here in this audience, you as city directors and the mayor, we all have thoughts that can come out as individual actions. But, you know, one person can go make a difference about, you know, what happens as a result of this and say, boy, here's what I heard about Little Rock schools today that I like. Even if it's just about Vicki Gonterman being the National Teacher of the Year for the 4th time. Or it's about the fact that we have learning environments that can be impacted, and by gosh, we need to do that. Collective action of us all working together, and there's so many examples that are unique in Little Rock that we should be proud of, and that we often forget about the collaboration that exists between us and the city. That's really powerful, and we can't lose sight of that. And the opportunity for us to work together ongoing on issues is extremely important that I think can help our district and help our kids and our community. Obviously, collective action that moves others is really the most important thing. Mayor, I'll stop there. I tried to be respectful of time, and I hope I went in as quick a fashion to give some context, and then we'll answer any questions.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Poor. We do have some questions by board members. Director Adcock is first, please.
Mr. Poor, when you selected these three schools, you said you would share with us what the selection process was. And I want to know particularly, was there any impact on the neighborhood that was discussed or looked at?
There was. We looked at it from a couple different ways. I mean, one is I think probably the first thing was looking at the partnerships within those schools, because each of those schools have some rich partnerships, whether it's with the faith-based community or grants that they receive from the state, or it could be with a specific community organization. So that was really the first thing in trying to make sure that we understood those partnerships and make sure that we talked to them, because we did not want to lose those groups of people. And so we all invited them in right in the very beginning of this process to say these were things that we were considering. That's one angle. The second thing that we did to try to look at in terms of a community is if you look at the geographic space of where these schools are located and the distance, as example, from Franklin to Stevens, or the difference of Wilson that has 4 surrounding schools that are less than 2.6 miles away from each other, that tightness is there. The other thing that's really, really important, Director Adcock, is that we also have to make sure that we think about the community as we move forward. And I'll share a couple things that I want to bring out and take advantage of that question, is that we all ought to be worried about Senate Bill 308. And Senate Bill 308, if you haven't heard, got delayed. It was up for discussion this week. It's been moved back to next week. I have been working the phones to legislators. And my basic thought on that, and I'll be public with it here, and I'll be public with it with the legislative group, is that, if we have a state that has a very conservative element in terms of the representatives of legislators, and conservative folks typically espouse local control. Well, let us have local control. Great example. Again, the work between the city and the school district. Think of the Willie Hinton Community Center. I'm sure when that building was taken out of the context of a school, there was a lot of concern, but there was a greater purpose that came forward, and that's an awesome community center. We need to have that same opportunity to do that in Little Rock with Franklin and also with Woodruff. Now, we're going to be very aggressive with this, because I don't know where the legislation is going to go, but we are going to be aggressive, and today we announced, as promised, that we would share out that anybody can come in with proposals that will be identified to share how it makes sense for the community, how it has a financial sustainability, and how it will have a long-term plan, so to speak. So we put that out today publicly. Those options, people that want to put in, have to have that back to us by the 24th of March.
Talking about that, will the city, Mr. Moore, or some person, maybe the mayor, have a chance to look at those proposals and give input into what they believe would be a purpose?
Thank you. First, yes, the city can provide input to say, here's what we think could happen with those facilities that would be beneficial. Secondly, again, taking advantage of your question, rounding off my answer, is that when those proposals come in on the 24th, we will do a community process to allow the community to see all the proposals and to hold community meetings in those areas so that folks can weigh in to say, here's what we like about this proposal, and these are the things that we don't like. And so we will provide that to the entire community.
Another topic, I was out in West Little Rock today and drove by the new middle school.
Yes, ma'am.
And I was amazed that that was a school. What is the cost of that?
That school, the final cost, and I have to give you a ballpark figure on that, was approximately $34 million.
Okay, and what has that been paid out of, or will be paid out of?
That money was all set up prior to me arriving, and it was paid out of a variety of different things that the district had done to save money for that particular endeavor of building and purchasing that. It's important to remember that there was a commitment made by the Board of Education, when there was a board, to say they wanted to have schools built both in the Northwest and the Southwest. The problem is that the Southwest did not get taken care of, and that's what I feel I have a sense of purpose and urgency to move forward on.
Also, in your list that you just gave us,
Yes, ma'am.
it shows that McClellan is going to receive $40 million, And I know that it is going to be used for the children who are now, or the students who are now at Cloverdale. But why are we putting an additional 1 million into J.A. Fair if we're closing it?
Because we will repurpose. We do not want to allow J.A. Fair to go into the hands of anyone else. It's still a good building, and we will work with others, meaning the community, to identify what's the best use of that building. So we are going to continue to make sure that that building stays up, and there are some needs at that building.
Wouldn't it be better to wait and see who's going to take the building and let them make the needs, the changes to it?
No, because we don't want to turn that building over, just even with the impending legislation. If we let it open, then all of a sudden the charter schools could get it. So we don't want that. We want to come up with a specific purpose, keep it a part of our master facility plan, and keep it a part of something that we go do in support of kids and their achievement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Poore, I know many board members are very appreciative of your opposition to Senate Bill 308, and I appreciate you speaking publicly about that tonight, and certainly as that comes up next week. One of the things that concerns me greatly, and I've made this comment publicly, the last thing that the community needs, the city needs, is a shuttered school. And so the issue of what happens on the 24th relative to proposals is very, very important. If I understand SB 208, there's a 2-year window where there can be a consideration by a charter school on whether to take a building or not, and they've got, based on the language in the legislation, the right of first refusal. I mean, that is absolutely terrible for a community and for a neighborhood. The value, the decreased value of a building sitting vacant like that while somebody's trying to think about it is just unacceptable in my opinion. So I hope, and you have lots of people who will speak with you about the issue of local control. And I hope you will keep us very close informed to your comments and discussions with legislators so that we can work together on that issue. We believe there are other issues at the state level where local control is of interest to the city and is being usurped and at least suggested to be usurped. And so I want to tell you, Franklin is of great concern to us. Its proximity to the ULR baseball field, its proximity to the neighborhoods, Oak Forest, our community center, our activities that we have down there with our the garden and all of the neighborhood community issues that we have working there are very, very important to maintain, and a vacant school is going to be the worst thing that could happen to us there.
I couldn't agree with you more, and I think one of the things that just add to your list of things that you may want to use to talk to legislators about is if you look at who has charter schools or who has schools that are vacant and open, that list is pretty small. Again, local control would be best served to try to determine what the best purpose is. So I hope that we can all have an impact on those that will make decisions.
Okay, Vice Mayor Webb, you're recognized, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for being here, Mr. Poore, and thank you for that update on Senate Bill 308. It is very troubling to many of us, and I know a lot of folks are working very hard to make sure that bill doesn't pass. In the PowerPoint presentation, you showed us some of the cuts that were made in, I think, 14-15, 15-16, and on. And I want to know, how long before 14 did we know that we were going to be losing this money and starting to have to make these cuts?
Now, I can only tell you what I have been told, and so I think that I've heard some people say, well, even back in the year 2000, that there started to be discussions to say this money could go away. The reality, obviously, of when the decision was finally made, that's obviously just recent. But the thought of knowing that this money eventually would go away, to me, it sounds like it's at least a decade or longer that people were aware that this money eventually was not going to come into the district.
Okay, thank you. I went to Franklin as one of the many Little Rock schools I went to. Woodruff is in Ward 3. And we've talked a lot about some of the meetings and bringing folks to meetings and discussing it. But one of the things we have not talked about to everybody's satisfaction, I think, is isn't there another way to do it besides these schools, and why have we not done an impact study on that neighborhood, on the Franklin neighborhood, on Woodruff? No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. But why haven't we done that?
So two different questions I think that I heard. You know, one is what other approach could you take? Now remember that when you're making this particular reduction, you're talking about making a reduction that has to sustain itself over time. It's not just a 1-year reduction. It's a reduction that has to take place that's just gone. It's out of your budget. So you have to eliminate it. It's a long-term revenue that's not going to continue to come in. So when you look at it and how we started to weigh this was we looked at it and said, okay, how do we try to balance this in terms of thinking how much has already come on our employees' backs in terms of the things that have happened to them in terms of loss of employment, had days reduced, insurance benefits. Could we do something else? So example, for $1 million, we could go say that there's an extra $25 that we're not going to contribute to their health insurance. Now, you could say, well, why didn't you look at that? Well, I look at healthcare right now, and I look at our employees, and classified in particular, custodians, janitors, that those folks are barely making ends meet as it is right now. This is a district that does not have a place where we're able to go give raises this year. And so, we looked at it to say, how do you do that? And we didn't want to put it on our employees' backs. We are making staff reductions, though. But we've already made a lot of things that have happened in terms of loss of days and this insurance thing. So it was kind of almost looking at to say, what are the two ways we look at? And then the second piece to that is that when you look at it and kind of fits in a little bit to the impact study, in some ways you could say this district has done some form of an impact study with the Fannie Howey study that had the initial thing that just said, here is the number of facilities you have and that you have more seats available than you need. We also conducted another study this fall that we tried to base it more on instruction so that we could come in and look at every single building and look at the spaces inside those buildings to determine whether or not we had a good count on capacity, because capacity is really critical to determine whether or not school closure is an appropriate thing to look at. And when we did that, and we had every principal validate those numbers, and again, used an instructional model, what we ended up having is there's an excess of 2,300 seats at the elementary level. Many don't realize that in multiple parts of our city, we've lost students, not just in the last 3 or 4 years with charter schools, but over a 15-year span, we've lost students. That includes as many as 46% in Board Zone 1 to 16% in Board Zone 6. And then we have a variety of others that are at 14%. So there's a lot of places where we've lost students. So that was one part of this. The second thing is that we also looked at, in terms of an impact study of just saying, okay, how do we, when you look at closing school, what is it that we're going to have to go do to try to create a better situation? And so, and I know there's going to be people that are going to doubt us on that, probably because there's some historical information and there's other communities that haven't done this well. We have to make sure that our transitions aren't just good, that we're great at them. That's everything from talking initially to our staff to this week there are students that are receiving information about what their new school environment is going to look like. I actually think that might be next week. So they get visual tours. They're going to have the chance to meet the principals in the very near future. We've got a whole transition plan to make those students feel comfortable with their new environment. But we don't want to just rush it. We want to make sure that it's done kind of in a logical fashion. We also know, again, that we have to go back to our partners and make sure that those things stay in existence. And then the final thing is to repurpose. All those things, ultimately end up, looking at it in terms of, the impact. The impact, if we don't do these things right, boy, we've created a huge problem for you and our community, and that's not what we intend to do at all. We want to make sure that we're seamless. And so we have been methodical in everything that we've said of what we're going to do. We followed up. As an example, again, this week of posting today, the opportunity for people to say, here's what we think could happen at Franklin or at Woodruff.
Thank you very much. If I could just do a quick follow-up. You mentioned the Civic Advisory Committee that was put in shortly after Superintendent Curris left, and that there was a facilities subcommittee, and that subcommittee did talk about school closing, and it would be sort of less than being 100%, I guess, transparent. If I didn't say, I was on that Civic Advisory Committee, and I was co-chair of that facilities subcommittee. We did talk a lot about school closing. We had very spirited debates, and not everybody on the committee agreed that we needed to, but there were many on the subcommittee who did actually write down school names. Others who felt like we really didn't have enough information to write down school names, but that it was something that we needed to look at. I appreciate the information about the Fannie Howey study and the 2,300 seats. You and I have talked over the course of the last few months, and at one point we were going to have a resolution asking for an impact study, which we pulled down for various reasons and some more work. I've been tweaking it, and just as an FYI, it's something I'm going to work on over the next couple of weeks, even though we are already where we are in this process, to see if we can get a little bit more work done on that before this process is complete. So, thank you.
I appreciate, Vice Mayor, your leadership in terms of saying I was on the subcommittee. I purposefully did not bring that up because I try not to create a situation when you think of the context of how this has been discussed over time. If anyone wasn't aware that the potential of school closures was a part of this school district environment, that was long before Mike Poore arrived into Little Rock Schools.
Thank you.
Director Peck, you're recognized, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Poore, for being here and for the presentation. And I guess because I'm new, I'm slower to push my button. Director Adcock and Director Webb pretty much said everything that I wanted to say, or questions I had to ask and have been answered. But just to make it perfectly clear in my mind, the schools to be closed are because of the enrollment numbers being down, the proximity to other schools, and is that basically it?
The other thing that you would add on to that, and we have a document that's called the Facility Planning Working Document, and again, through the Fannie Howey study, there also is a indicator of how the building is operating in terms of its capital, its operational end, and how well it's working. And so if you look at this, every one of these buildings are moving in a place, every one of the schools and the students who are moving, they're moving into a little bit better environment in terms of the condition of the building. Second thing, which we did not know that's happened since, is that test scores have come out, and if you look at the students who are leaving, every one of them are going to a school now that is that scored at a higher level at least last year.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Poore.
Director Richardson, you're recognized, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Your last point of reference, does the location of the school suggest test scores going to go up if you're moving the same student to another school?
One of the other things that I probably could have added on to Director Peck's answer is that the other thing that happens with the combination, specifically Stevens and Franklin are the best example, is that you move above that 500 level in terms of the number of students served, and that creates a different array of support for both students and staff. It brings you a full-time assistant principal, it brings you a full-time nurse, it brings you art and PE teachers that aren't having to be moved from one site to another. And the other thing that's really, really important, and if you asked any teacher, that they would say that they value this, and that is the ability to team with another colleague. And the best learning environments that principals will tell you, and we call them professional learning environments, professional learning communities, often nicknamed PLC in the education world, is that having 4 or 5 teachers working together with the complexity of the standards, the assessments that have to be looked at, how you then go break out instruction for students that are gifted to students that need support, to just your everyday student, that you can do a much more effective job if you have 4 or 5 teachers. And that's another benefit from this move, is that we will have enhanced teamwork at those sites.
Thank you. So the reference that Vice Mayor Webb made to her being on the city advisory committee, how was this committee selected? Who chose this committee and how were they selected? What criteria were utilized to choose these folks?
On that committee, I'll let Vice Mayor Webb share that one. I don't know.
Like she selected them?
No. This was prior to my arrival.
I'll let Vice Mayor Webb answer that. I think both
I'm not
Vice
through,
Mayor
Mayor.
Webb and Director Wyrick were both on that committee.
Yes,
Okay.
we were both on it, and we sent in applications, and I believe legislators in Little Rock had a lot of the input in appointing members of the committee. There was one person appointed from each zone, and then there were a couple of at-large members appointed, one representing a nonprofits, and that was the position I had, and I can't remember what the other at-large person, how they were appointed.
So
Disbanded over
Disbanded,
a year
okay.
ago.
since we don't have school board representation via zones, Vice Mayor Webb, as you try to repurpose these schools, what kind of engagement are you going to have with the community? Because a lot of times we recognize when we're improving neighborhoods, trying to do things in neighborhoods, we don't do to, for, or at, we do with. So what mechanism are you going to utilize to have community engagement to help repurpose these schools?
Every one of the proposals that come forward, we've shared that with those folks as we put this out, that they need to be aware that we will make those proposals public. So every proposal will be public. And secondly, we will make sure that the community gets to, we will hold community meetings in the Franklin area, whether that's at Franklin or somewhere nearby, so that people can come in and talk about what they view as the strengths of the proposal as well as the weakness. We'll do the same thing with the Woodruff community.
So those folks are the neighborhood representatives?
Yes, sir.
And how are they selected?
That's open-ended. It'll be that, just like we've done our other community meetings, that we will allow everybody that wants to show up at those meetings, and we will publicize them to make sure that folks are aware that they can come in.
And is the community advisory board the same as the citizen advisory committee, or they're two different boards?
Two different boards. So Community Advisory Board by state statute was developed this year. And it was, again, similar a little bit in what Vice Mayor Webb brought up, is that legislators could make recommendations. I also believe that community members could forward their name. If I remember correctly, I think there was close to 40 people that put their name in. They were putting their name in for a specific board zone. Some board zones had as many as 7 or 8 people. Others had, I think, had as few as 2. And so the final decision for who was selected for those community advisory board came from Commissioner Key.
Commissioner Key made a selection?
He made the selection of that community advisory board.
So, is that closely related to a community support program? You made reference to a community support program.
Well, there's a lot of them, and I don't know, the community support program that we've done with the city, I don't know if that's what you're referring to on Bright Futures. It's the city of Little Rock and Goodwill Industries to try to help students who are at most in need. That's one community program.
And you made reference to one of Jones' question about, took in consideration the geographical space. Are you aware of the history of the closures of schools south of 630?
I am, and you know, one of the things that I've heard in those community meetings, it seemed like, you know, there was an emphasis in terms of, you know, looking at it, it just happened down all in the south, why not in the north? And so if you look at, first off, just the density of the number of schools that are south of the interstate, that is where a bulk of our schools are. It's also a bulk of where we've lost our student population.
So you said in those community programs, those community meetings, who were part of those meetings?
The community meetings that we held throughout the months of November and December, we tried to publicize those. We had as high a number as probably 200. Probably the minimum number might have been 75. We held them in each board zone, and all the information that came in on those meetings was captured with meeting notes that people can access on our website.
And what mechanism do you use to identify the capital improvements or the capital needs of various schools? What mechanism do you use?
One of the things we did use was the Fannie Howey study, again, that helped identify their experts in terms of looking at, what are the facility needs. We also have capital project needs that our principals submit to share that here's a new problem, here's a new issue. As an example, Gibbs this year, Ms. Gonterman can share that they had a new issue with carbon dioxide coming into a classroom. And they had to, if I remember right, had to have 3 days where students weren't able to be in 3 classrooms because of an issue. That was a new issue. We plan to take care of it and address it. We already did. We've already done it, so it's not that we don't. But we need a bigger fix in terms of the entire building.
And then one other thing I hadn't heard, I think one of the things we do in terms of trying to figure out the impact of the closure of these schools is a lot of estimation and guesstimation. Do we have any kind of independent study, any kind of independent review to actually look at what's going to happen to these various communities when we close these buildings?
In terms of an economic impact on the households in terms of a real estate value, what I can tell you is that, in communities that don't get those things repurposed, your housing values will drop. And that's the key, is to get these repurposed as quickly as we can. I believe we're going to have, interest in both of these sites, and I'll be excited to share those with the public either late March, 1st of April.
So there's not necessarily any kind of guarantee that we're going to be able to repurpose them, correct?
I can't guarantee that to you, no, sir. But that I believe that there will be proposals that will be strong on both sides.
But one of the things I've noticed in doing some work around foreclosure resolution, that a certain increase in vacant buildings in the community, you can equate that to a certain increase in criminal activity in that community. So we don't have any guarantee that this is going to happen, correct?
I cannot guarantee that, no, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Director Wyrick, you're recognized, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Poor, thank you for coming and talking to us today. You do a good job at presenting your plan and the actions that you've been through to get to the point that we are today, explaining the dollar values. You didn't mention that McClellan was out of distress, and I want to say that it is. You said J.A. Fair, but you didn't say
I
McClellan.
apologize.
so-
Thank you, Director Wyrick.
So McClellan's out of distress. Didn't really understand why it was put in distress, because it had some pretty good numbers from what I saw when Kathy and I were working on the committee. A lot of questions have been asked of you. One of the things that I wanted to ask was, you were in Bentonville,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, and you went through school closings there.
Well, no, what we went through in Bentonville was we went through, which is even more painful in some ways because it involves a larger context, is anytime you rezone and reboundary and change schools, you have almost the same effect with at least students and families. This one's different because you have an impact on the community, as was shared by Director Richardson, that if you don't do it right, then you have an economic impact on housing and potential businesses. So this one's a little more complex, but in Bentonville we didn't. Colorado Springs, you may be referring to. Colorado Springs, when I was the deputy superintendent, we had to close 9 schools.
9 schools.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you also mentioned North Little Rock. You followed their progress with building new schools and closing schools. So out of those 2 types of closings, what did you learn from them that helped you with your decisions in Little Rock?
Well, I think that, one of the things is, trying to, involve the community in terms of allowing them to come in a variety of different ways. And so, we didn't just use one method or one mechanism to allow input. And capturing all that information, I think that's a valuable thing in terms of always being able to go back, because I don't remember which director brought it up, but, how do we know what people said? Well, it's there. We have that down. We also modified our process through it, and I think that's one of the things that I know there are people that challenge me and say, well, he's not been flexible. But we did modify our process even to allow public input in those meetings in the last 30 minutes so that they could ask questions in a large context, and we did that. at least the last 3 meetings. So the other thing that I think that was lesson learned is, from my experience in Colorado Springs specifically, was how the key on the kids is to get them to those new sites as quickly as possible without disrupting the current academic environment, because we still want to have Franklin have a great rest of their school year. They're still tied to that school. So, but we can do that in a thoughtful way, in a graceful way. We also have to have parents and staff and then those partners all get along with transitions. The transitions are just critical, and I talked to my team again this week and shared, it can't be one of these things we just say, we did this, good. It's got to be, we're great at it, and we have to be great at this right now, and that's the level of expectations that you should have for this school district from you as community members, to say that we are executing these things in a fashion that can be termed as excellent or great.
Okay, so one of the things that I know the families and the kids are really distressed about the schools that you're closing now. And I hear you talk about repurposing schools, McClellan, J.A. Fair, and how many students could McClellan hold?
McClellan, right now, in terms of its capacity,
Is it 9 or 1,200?
I believe it's much less than that. Its ideal capacity is at 1,300 students, 1,340.
Okay.
There's currently 800 students at that
Right.
campus.
I knew it was a lot less than what capacity was. So, okay, so 1,300 students there. And I know in some of your talks in Southwest, you talked about maybe doing a K through 8 school at McClellan.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
then you're pretty firm on J.A. Fair and not closing that. You want to repurpose that. How many students can you house at J.A. Fair? Not the number there now, but
J. Fair's capacity is 1,051.
1,051. Okay. So if you're going to repurpose the schools, then that means you're going to close some more schools.
Well,
Because I'm aware that we have schools that are underserved. I don't mean it that way, but underpopulated. Is that the word you said? Okay, underpopulated. In other words, you have more seats there, but you don't have the students that can fill the schools. So I'm saying all this to try to understand what are your next steps and what's the time frame for the next steps? Because we already know you're going to do 3, and we already know you're going to repurpose. So what would be your next steps?
One of the things that's very encouraging, and I'm sure is to the city as well, is that the South and Southwest is gaining additional students. And so we're seeing an uptick in terms of the number of students that we're serving in the South-Southwest. And there are additional housing units that are being planned in that area as well. And so those are positive trends. And so one of the things that you're looking at in terms of, if we get to we get approval to move forward on the Southwest High School, that building wouldn't open up until 2019. That will cause that initial shift. Then you have a time where you have to work to reconfigure, fix McClellan. So now you're another year or 2 out. So the identity of saying, here's what we're going to do as next steps, that would be unclear until we get through probably at least 2 to 3 years to allow whatever population growth is going to go on. Then we'd also know exactly where and what we might want to do, if at all, anything, in terms of additional closures or repurposing. I don't want to be a person that's wishy-washy. Could we have closings additional? That's possible, but I think that there's a trend that's occurring in the Southwest that's encouraging, and especially if we go improve the facilities and get Southwest High built, that actually will encourage even more housing to occur.
Okay, so I'm glad you're looking at those numbers. I'm not getting a good feedback from people in regards to extending the bond issue. And I know you had it scheduled for March timeframe, and now you've moved it back to May. So I'm not getting good vibes from people saying that they will support that. If that does not pass, what are your plans then?
Well, if it doesn't pass, what we end up having to start off with, it just is distasteful, and I hope it is to you too, is that we have another year where learning environments aren't being taken care of. This number's been out there, $300+ million of needs for 4 years. And are we really ready to say, still not right time? Is it really right that we say we're not going to go step up for kids? And so, we're going to go do our job of trying to improve our district day to day with the academic approach that we're taking, and we're excited about the things that we're doing academically, and we're excited about the things that have happened during the course of this year that kind of show that we're making some positive movement. I would hope that if you go talk to leadership in the buildings, they're going to say, we're seeing really positive trends. So we're going to go continue to try to be as great a district as we can. But the reality is that we just said, these roofs, not going to get taken care of. These lights. And I just think that's wrong.
Okay. I just wanted to ask that because I'm really not hearing good things about the election process. So, okay, I think that's all I had. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Director Adcock, you're recognized, please.
Mr. Poore, how many children do we have in portable buildings?
We have we have just over 50 buildings that are portables in the district.
How many children do we
I
have?
couldn't give you the exact number on that.
How many of your 2,300 seats are in portable buildings?
Well, we have 2,300 vacant seats just without counting portables. If you add portables in, now you have, if you take portables out, let me think I've got to word this right, there are 4,000 seats if you take out the portables. Okay, so we have a large number of seats that are vacant right now that we've got to take care of.
But you've got 50 portable buildings at the elementary school level.
Not in elementary, that's throughout our district.
Okay, how many elementary do you have?
Elementary, I believe we have, I hope I can give this number right, I believe it's 16, but I'd have to double check that, ma'am.
I'd like to see a list of where the portable buildings are.
Sure.
You took Carver School off the list. In the beginning, it was on the list. Could you tell me why you took Carver off? It's a magnet school, and a few years ago, the a number of those children was from Lakewood and Park Hill and North Little Rock. So could you tell me why Carver came off the list?
Sure. They were probably the most active group of parents and community members that came to all the meetings and came up with viable options. Again, you could look at those things that they implemented to say, here are some options. And so they had probably 6 tangible things, 2 that we thought were real considerations in terms of how that building can be used. The second thing that we looked at is that within the environment of our world, parents like choice. And we've got to try to have choice. Second is that I think we should compete against charter schools. And we have a very unique type of setting at both Carver and Booker. There's also some growth that's taking place over in that area of town that we took into consideration that made the decision to say we're going to keep Carver open.
But Carver, 80% comes from North Little Rock and Lakewood, and those are not Little Rock children. And also, Little Rock has lost 7,000 children, or 7,000 families in the east part of town. And it has very, very little growth over there at this time in the area where Carver is. We have one neighborhood association that's trying to revitalize itself over there, but predominantly it's all seniors 60 to 80, 90 years old. So I'm still concerned why we decide to leave Carver and take Franklin when the loss of population is mainly in the east side of town.
Director Adcock, one of the things that I would challenge you on your numbers is that the number you gave for students that come from out of the district into Carver is not correct. We have approximately, and I can't give you a specific number, but it's approximately 40 to 50 students that currently come from out of the district into Carver. And one of the things that that community did was share that they would, that they could show that they were going to hold on to those 40 or 50. Now, you know, truth will come when we finally get to the enrollment in September, but at the time, they showed that all those parents were going to be able to be there. That was one of the things that they shared. So the number of people coming from out of the district, that's not correct.
Since this school was saved by the parents and the community, evidently, have you given Franklin and the other schools a chance to do the same thing that you gave Carver?
We did because we had the entire process that we used, just like Carver parents got to have, that came throughout the November and December timeframe, where parents could attend the meetings. And so we had our process to allow for input during those 2 months. And if you go look again at the input that came in from different citizens, there's very little input that came in from Franklin during those times. Those meetings were publicized and put out there.
The mayor spoke about the strong feelings on this board about Franklin. And I would like to see there be some way that we could go back to Franklin and give them an opportunity, because perhaps at that time they didn't understand. Also, with the state passed a law, I think maybe a few sessions back, that said that surplus schools could be given to the state. And of course, that brings up the reentry program. I know that the state is looking for places to house reentry coming out of the penitentiary. Do you have any plan, or would you give any of these schools to the state to use for reentry in our neighborhoods?
I can tell you that I've never heard anyone share that that's something that they would like at any level of saying that they want that or seek it. I would personally not be in favor of it, and I don't see why anybody in the community, when we go put this out in terms of a public proposal, that anyone would want to accept it either.
Okay, thank you very much.
Director Campuris, you're recognized, please.
Up close and personal. Scott, can you go back to one of the first two slides where I think there's a list of, yeah, exactly, the challenges. So I was interested in your way of looking at this, and you know the first fact is we've lost what, $43 million worth of funds.
This year will be the last, current year is the last year we get that money in that can be used for any purpose. Next year, that money, the $37 million, can be used for capital needs.
Right, but in the end, we're going to be how much money short in the school district?
For this coming year, we have to reduce by $11 million to get to the 11 plus million.
But then the year after that, where will we be?
We'll be in a place where we will continue to try to, just like you all do, look at your budgets, look at your trends to see whether we need to make any adjustments. But we will not have that particular revenue stream to deal with because we will have accomplished that goal.
And during all that time that we were getting money, we were supposed to be spending money on the buildings, correct?
There should have been, in my opinion, there should have been an infusion into capital support, and there was, I don't believe that occurred to the degree it should have.
Well, I think you're being very polite and nice, but I think it didn't occur at all. The way I look at this, your presentation, is that we've lost the funds and they're gone. And in honesty, they probably should be gone. I mean, we've been at this too long that we ought to be taking care of ourselves. And the second bullet part is the one that I think is the most damning or the most important, and that is the public perception of what we're doing. And the third is, would you, because I meant to write it down, I didn't do it. In middle schools, how many children do we lose to charter schools each year?
Well, and it's a difficult number to come up with, to be honest with you, because we start to lose them in third and fourth grade.
Right, but
and so, my guess is that in the last 2 years, we've probably lost in excess of 300 students that could have been Little Rock School District children, could have stayed and been a part of our middle school.
Should have been.
Should have been.
So it looks to me like that if we're going to, the schools that are here, the charter schools. And if you're going to lead an organization that competes successfully with what's here right now, you can't have a school that doesn't have lights, that doesn't have windows, that has a leaky roof, that doesn't have the air conditioner that works, so you're sitting in the middle of August here in Arkansas at 78 or 80 degrees trying to learn. And I would hope that we would start getting out the statistics and what happens when you put a child in a learning environment that's not conducive to learning. on their physical being. What happens? How does that affect what's going on? And the second thing that I don't know how you quantify this, but I do think that there has to be some way of looking at, if I'm a parent, if I'm 30-something years old and I've got a child going either to a charter school or one of these schools, and they are not in good condition, and they don't have a full complement of staff in it because they're underutilized, how do you quantitate why people aren't going there? And is there a way of doing that? Is there a way of saying, everybody has choices. And how do you quantitate that a parent looks at a school and says, it's only got 300 kids and 500 kids gets me a vice principal and gets me a full-time art teacher and gives me a full-time band director and all the other things? How do you quantitate that as far as getting the school system that you're in charge of competitive? I mean, it looks to me like we're asking you to fight a battle with one hand tied behind your back, and we're not going to win if we don't do something, if we don't fix the schools up and we don't give kids the opportunity to go to schools that work, that are fully staffed and work. And those are the things that I think you need to figure out how to quantify and how to describe and how to tell people, because it makes my stomach hurt to think that we have squandered money for the whole time I've been on this board. We've got the opportunity to get them back to where at least we have schools that have the opportunity to work, and we're not telling people that we have a terrible situation right now that we can fix to get back in the game and start playing, to cut your other arm all back and let you start fighting with both arms. And those are the things I want you to figure out how to quantify and how to describe and how to talk about.
Thank you, Director Camperos.
Vice Mayor Webb, you're recognized, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one more question, and even though Franklin's not really like in Southwest Little Rock or anything, if those trends of growth are occurring, even though we have 2,300 seats at the elementary level, is the short-term financial gain for closing Franklin, would that not be offset by the long-term need we might have for it if the
I don't believe so,
trend
because
continues?
what we've done, Vice Mayor Webb, is that we've taken out, when you look at these two schools, Wilson and Franklin, that when you look at the number of students and then you compare that with how many open seats, I have people and this is true, people have criticized me to say, you should have closed 4 or 5 schools. And that is a sentiment out there too, to say we could have gotten to a better place with our budget and created a more sustainable pattern. I don't want to do that. I believe that we're trying to make sure that we're really smart in terms of making sure that we can serve our future growth. And that's why, even with Director Wyrick's question, that I don't think we can make a decision about what happens in Southwest Little Rock until we get 2 or 3 years down the road to see what some of the trends are in terms of population growth.
Thank you. I just want to make one comment. There's not unanimity on the board. There's not unanimity in this room about closing schools and extending the bond. But one of the things that has frustrated me greatly over the last few years is the way people talk about the Little Rock School District. And there are 3 of us on this board who are graduates of Hall High School, one of the schools that's in distress. And I, for one, want to say that there are tremendous schools in the Little Rock School District, and I think that we have done ourselves a disservice, and I'm speaking, including myself in that, for not talking about all the wonderful things over the years in the Little Rock School District. And I hope that, and I think in the last year we've done, or the last couple of years, we have done a better job of focusing on that. Great teachers, great kids, great schools, and we just, hopefully, whatever happens, we're going to come together and continue to work for the best Little Rock School District we can have.
Thank you.
Director Hines, you're recognized, please.
Thank you. Superintendent Poor, thanks for coming and talking to us. Just a couple of questions. Where, you talked about student shrinkage or where are your two or three zones for your greatest student growth within the district?
The greatest student growth would be in Board Zone 4, which is, if you want to look at it, it's kind of over by McDermott and Fulbright. McDermott's probably the most eastern part of the school district and then extends out to the west. And then the other one would be and that also extends up into the northwest, by the way. Let me just make sure, I gotta find my number here, I apologize.
That's all right.
The other one is Board Zone 5, and Board Zone 5 is very limited in terms of the number of schools that it has. That's Terry Elementary, excuse me.
That would be Terry and Don Roberts and Pinnacle View.
Well, no,
Brandon.
Pinnacle View is actually in the
Zone 4?
the Zone 4.
Okay. So, all right. So Don Roberts is in Zone 5?
Correct, as well as Jay Fair is in Zone 5.
Okay, super.
Those are the only two schools in that zone
Right.
that I can find.
Okay. I was just curious to see. I expected Zone 7 where BJ and Joan are at too, just based on the demographic growth of the city. That's where we see our largest population growth is out west. I can speak from, I'm in a very unique situation in my ward because only about 20% of my ward is encompassed by the Little Rock School District. The 80% of it's in PCSSD. So I am and in fact, the western edge of Zone 5 ends at the beginning of my neighborhood. In fact, Jody Carrero, the former board member, lived literally across the street from his house is the other school district. I want you to know that myself being a product of Little Rock School District, my wife, also, I did 2 stints at Franklin, one in elementary and one in middle school with Oakhurst Elementary in between. And I know Oakhurst has been closed. I don't know how it was repurposed, but it was an old school when I went there 30 years ago. But I want you to know that I believe in what you guys are doing. I know it's a difficult process in closing schools. I'm on the exact opposite end of the equation. We're begging for public schools and public facilities on the western edges of the city. And we're continuing to see that. And I think the one thing that I know you're dealing with now, but with the new Pinnacle View, which I think was built at quite a bit of savings, repurposing an existing facility of over a couple, I think it was either $15 or $20 million over what it would have cost to go up new. So we appreciate it. You'll have my full support, even though I can't vote for this renewal of this millage. But I will get out in the community that I represent and spread the good word for support of this, because I think it's the right thing to do. We've kicked the can down the road long enough, and I'll be supportive of you guys getting this renewal done.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Poor.
Director Peck, you're recognized, please.
Well, once again, Vice Mayor has addressed my questions. Thank you.
Director Richardson.
Thank you, Mayor. The first part of your answer to Joan's question has me kind of baffled in terms of why you took Carver off the list. Because I think you made reference to because they had the most parent involvement or parent engagement or some reference to that point. Is that correct?
I said that they were very involved in the process. They also came up with tangible options and ideas of what they thought could be done beyond closing or repurposing Carver.
But yeah, I thought I heard you say most.
They had a large number at every meeting, yes, sir.
So is there a specific number that you're trying to quantify? It made me think that the process is not as objective
No,
as
sir.
we've been made to believe.
No, sir. It was just about the proposals that came forward, and there were at least 2 tangible proposals that we thought were viable to look at.
And I know you've probably had a history of community involvement. So these community meetings you had, do you think that you got the kind of engagement that you would utilize to gauge the feeling or the needs or the feeling of the community, or do you just think these are just perfunctory meetings to say we having them just so we say we had them?
I would say it's far from just saying that we had means and checked off the box. I felt like the input was valuable. I thought that the discussions were rich, and I think that the information that we gathered was good for us. Having gone through this before, you can have every meeting and you can do different types of means. You will always have people complain that you didn't do enough means when you do this. And when you close a school, it should be hard. It shouldn't be easy.
True.
Because if it wasn't, what would that say about that school? So the intensity of the emotion that came when the final recommendation, that was not a surprise to me. And so, we know that students, staff, and parents, and community members care deeply about what's right there in their area.
So you believe you got adequate input from the community, enough to gauge the needs or the impact of the community?
I felt like we had good information that came in to create a good decision to move our district forward with the dynamics that we have. And if we don't make that decision, I wasn't comfortable with making another choice that would have impacted our employees in a deeper way.
And final question.
And I'm just going to add on, if you don't mind, Director
Sure,
Richardson.
sure.
If we go reduce employees even more, if we go cut wages even more, what impact does that have on our overall community? So, those were things that weighed heavily on me in terms of trying to make a decision that was going to be the best for the overall community as well as the school district.
Well, so you just said impact. What impact, if any, would a recommendation from you to reinstall a school board, would they have any impact at all?
I don't know if I can tell you that. I know that having lived through it before with a board, it was a very, very challenging decision when a board had to deal with these things. But when you look at the financial realities of either what's gone on in Pulaski or North Little Rock, those boards right now are going through some really tough decisions as well. If we'd had a board, it would have been a tough decision for them as well. Whether they would have landed on this or not, I don't know. I know when we went through it in Colorado Springs, it was uncertain how it was going to go with all the different feedback and options that we presented to them and the data that we provided. You still didn't know until you got down to an actual vote.
But if you couched it as a need for you, in order for you to do what you're able to do now, what you're supposed to do now, if you couch it as a need, something that you need to have in order to do what you're doing or you're responsible for doing, do you think that'll make a difference?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Director.
Well,
Richardson.
if you went to your office and you needed a computer and you didn't have it, you said, I need a computer to do my work. So if you went and said, I need a school board to do my work, what I'm charged to do.
Well, I guess the thing that I would tell you is I have a reality of when I was hired, and I understood the reality that there was going to be real challenges to come into this district, and that the primary target goal was to get local control back. I get that, and I work towards that end, and I think our staff is working towards that end every day. I knew that we weren't going to have a board, and I knew that I needed to try to regain getting a local board, which the only best way I can do that is to impact achievement. And I'm going to do everything I can to impact achievement, whether it's in our academic programs, our partnering with different entities, or coming to the community to say that we can do better in terms of learning environments by taking care of these capital needs.
But if you say, I cannot do my job if I don't have a school board. It's impossible for me to do what I'm charged to do if I don't have a school board.
I don't believe that to be true. I think that there are things that we've accomplished throughout this year as a school district that has moved us forward. We're a better district right now than we were a year ago through the efforts of a lot of people.
So
we're a better district than we were 2 years ago when Mr. Curris was in charge. The intent to get a board back, absolutely, that's the appropriate thing to do, and it's the best governance model in my mind for a public school system. But the reality is right now, we've got 23,000 kids, 25,000 if you count pre-K and adult learners, that I'm going to go try to make an impact on every day.
So when you were given this job, you pretty much understood you were not going to have a board no matter what.
I knew that we were not going to get a board back until we had met the academic needs to move those distressed schools out. Yes, sir.
And what neighborhoods were impacted in the schools you closed in? Was it Cato Springs?
there are two areas, the Franklin community, right around ULR, and then also when you look at Wilson, of where it's located, those are the two spots. You also have to look at Woodruff, which is a preschool center. One of the things in terms of repurposing Woodruff was that we also felt like we could enhance some of our preschool enrollment by moving students to both Martin Luther King and also to Carver.
Thank you.
Director Fortson, you're recognized, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Poore, I almost could say amen to everything that's been said by all of these directors earlier. One side question on your total census of employees. When you get through this process, how will that stand compared to where it was, say, 3 years ago?
I don't know if I can give you an exact number, but we've made considerable reductions over the span of time, and I could get back to you with that if that'd be helpful.
The comment you make about desiring to return to local control obviously probably will find sympathy among all of us up here. As you well know, and as we're painfully aware of, we have no control over what happens in the Little Rock School District on this board other than as citizens to express our desire for local control and to express our concern over the impact of closing of schools and everything. And I think most of the issues surrounding that have been discussed. I think the thing that distresses me as much as anything, and Director Camburis referred to it, is the picture you paint that we might face should we not approve the millage extension this year. That the 25,000 children in our school system and the school system and its important and vital part of the economic and social well-being of this community will be in an even more distressed situation. And I'm concerned that the communication process, which is obviously your job, but it's our job, of what is there and what potentially could happen, and the fact that I'm fearful that the lack of local control may lead to less enthusiasm for that vote than we might find otherwise. And I just think that it is our job as citizens and as this board to make certain that the problem is understood and that everything that we can do, and I commit to do all I can to help, to explain that problem to the public is done. Because while there are a lot of problems, and I thought of the old adage that a friend of mine once said, your problems are like a bad steak. The more you chew on it, the bigger it gets. and I think that the more you keep talking about the various aspects of it, it is a huge problem. It did not occur overnight, nor will it be solved overnight. And there will be lots of disagreements about how we perhaps approach parts of it, but the end result is we got 25,000 kids, and we got the well-being of this community that depends on finding a way out of this morass that we're in. And I pledge my support to whatever direction we can find to get there, to get it returned to local control, and to find a way to go forward to the kind of school system you described you'd like to see in 2019 with a millage extension.
Thank you very much, and I just want to use your word, local control. I believe this is the best mechanism for us to get local control if we go take care of our business in terms of moving forward on this election. If we want local control, otherwise we're going to have, it's easy to see, and you've said it as directors, that you have legislation that's coming down the pike that's impacting this city that is coming from a state level that you don't appreciate. We do not want others to take even greater advantage in this community. We need to move forward on things that we can have a control over. We can have a control of voting yes. And not having a new tax, but extending a tax that doesn't change what's going to happen in terms of your property assessment, but it just allows it to stay at that same rate. So that gives us the best opportunity to make sure that we're taking charge of this district and making sure that we're going to serve those 25,000 kids and hopefully even gain some other kids back.
Director Hendricks, you're recognized, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you for coming. And I do want you to know that Dr. Anika Whitfield has been before us a couple of times. The last time she was denied to speak because you were coming. I wanted to ask you, are you a state employee?
Yes, I am.
I'm aware of that. I just want this group to know that you're a state employee. And the other thing that I wanted to ask you, what impact, if any, would changing of those 3 schools have on the overall school system?
what impact will the three schools have on the overall school system?
Yeah, where are those
And-
children going?
Ms. Director Hendricks, you missed a little bit of that explanation earlier when I was talking about the fact that, one of the things that will happen with these three schools is that all of them are moving into facilities that actually, by a study done prior to me coming, shows that they're going to be in a better facility. Second, they are moving to a situation where they'll have even greater support in terms of the number of employees. When you're a school and you end up with 500, the explanation I gave earlier, it lends itself to a staffing equation that both the state and the district pitch in terms of what expectations there are from counselors to nurses to assistant principals and a variety of other things to teachers working together. The final thing is that you may have missed also, Director Hendricks, that I shared that we didn't know this when we made the recommendation, but the test scores from last year's results that now have been made public, it shows that in every situation, we're actually having students move towards a higher performing school based on the last results that came in from the state.
This will also entail additional busing. Those children, were some of those children going to the schools where they live on foot?
There will be a limited amount of additional busing, but it will be very minimal because the distance between these schools, as an example, again, there's 2.6 miles. That's the greatest distance from any place on the Wilson area, and the mile difference between Franklin and Stevens is also right around that 2 mile mark.
Okay, my last question is that I hope, well, it's not a question, it's a statement. I hope that the citizens of this city is not expecting this board to dictate to you as a board. I think that we should do it as individuals. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Poore, for a very in-depth and comments. You know, as a parent, having had 3 children in the public schools, this issue of public perception really bothers me. Parents want a good environment for the kids to learn in, and they want great teachers. So the focus, and I know a lot of us disagree about the means to the end here, but the focus has got to be on facilities that we're proud of and great teachers. And that hopefully will change the issue of perception, which should change the issue of growth. And I hope if we can get to that point, it will, again, turn this number issue around. The other thing I would like to observe, and I see reports on these charter schools that have been in existence that, and if I'm not, I think I'm correct in this, that are not performing. They are not performing anywhere near what our public school system is doing. And we need to hold that committee or that group, that commission that's, I think, at the state level accountable for the fact that if these charter schools are failing their students in terms of academic achievement, they need to be gone. And that should have a positive improvement on our public school system as well. So,
thank you, Mayor.
So, in any event, thank you very much for the information. It's been very informative, and I hope that not only the people here in the audience today, but listening and watching will take this as a great education and begin to talk about the positive nature of our public school system.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, directors.
I've got a request for a 5-minute break. Is the rest of the board want to do that? Stand up. 5 minutes to go to the bathroom, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. The next presentation we have is on Keep Little Rock Beautiful citywide cleanup. And let me call on Suzanne Harrell for a presentation on that. And you'll notice everybody's got their T-shirts here.
All right.
Our Keep Little Rock Beautiful T-shirts.
I'd like to ask our partners and our
Yes,
team
please.
to come up and stand here with me.
And
Se-
introduce them if you would.
I will.
know
Several had to leave because they had other commitments and meetings to get to. I'm Suzanne Harrell. I'm on the board of Keep Little Rock Beautiful, and I'm the coordinator of the citywide cleanup. And Dr. Dan Scheinman with Audubon, Arkansas, who represents Friends of Fush Creek. Ronnie Jackson with the East Little Rock Neighborhood Association. And Cece Ellington is with the, I got to get her sorority name right here. Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. And they are some of our volunteer groups. I'll tell a little bit more about them here in a second. But this will be the 8th year for our citywide cleanup. It's going to be on Saturday, March 11th. We will be having 36 different cleanups going on around different areas of the city. They are led by neighborhood associations, churches, volunteer groups, like our sorority, schools, and Adopt a Street adopters. Cleanups will be taking place in all 7 wards of the city this year. And 4 of the cleanups will be in public areas, city parks, and a library. Our kickoff media event this year is going to be hosted by Ronnie's Neighborhood Association, the East Little Rock Neighborhood Association. It is going to be held 8 o'clock Saturday morning, the 11th, at the East Little Rock Community Center. Understand, Vice Mayor, you're going to be able to come and join us, and would like to invite all of you directors to come out to for our kickoff event. We have a few speeches, and then we get to work picking up litter in the East Little Rock Neighborhood Association. Last year, our kickoff event was the Friends of Fush Creek, led by Dr. Dan, and they are again going to be hosting a large cleanup at Interstate Park, Fush Creek area. And this year, not only are they going to be tackling litter, they're going to be utilizing some of the volunteers to start development of trails into the Fush Bottom area. That besides just getting out and sprucing up our city, we utilize the citywide cleanup to inform and educate the public about the better litter prevention in our city, and to encourage and increase participation in the Adopt a Street program, which is a year-round program that individuals, businesses, schools can get involved with to help alleviate the litter in our city. All of our cleanups are listed on our website at keeplittlerockbeautiful.com under our Get Involved tab, and we would hope that you would come out to the East Little Rock for our kickoff, check out the cleanups that are going to be going on in your areas, and stop by and visit with those wonderful volunteers and neighborhood leaders that are going to be doing cleanups there.
Well, thank you very much, Suzanne. And again, that's on March 11th
Saturday, March 11th.
at what
8
time?
a.m.
8 o'clock in the morning. Okay. Director Hines, did you have a comment or a question?
Yeah, Dr. Simon, I just came up, I saw your Friends of Fush Creek. I want to start Friends of Rock Creek, and we'll call it Fork. Maybe we can stop some of the trash that gets into Rock Creek from getting down to Fush. But Bruce, will the memo go out as to where all the activities and festivities? I participate out at Fush, but I definitely, hopefully, we've got something going on in that Rock Creek area.
You know, Rock Creek's a beautiful area, and we have in past citywide cleanups addressed that area. The last few years, we really hadn't had any. We rely on local leaders. So when you get your Friends of Rock Creek going, we will be happy to work with you. That's a beautiful hidden gem.
It is.
Out in the west part of the city.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank y'all for hanging around.
Our next presentation is an update from our Little Rock Technology Park, and we got Brent Birch, the director, with us, as well as the chair of the authority, Kevin Zaffaroni, and also Commissioner Dixon Flake.
Yeah, I appreciate the board and the mayor and vice mayor having us. I have a impeccable timing of being in front of the board. I think the last time I was here, I followed Chief Berry, so he was long-winded that day, but still glad to be here. I have a short presentation and kind of update you on where the project is and where we've come from, and then kind of where we're headed, and try to be respectful of keeping the meeting going. But Scott can go ahead and the next slide. Got a few images of the park itself as to where it stands today, even though that nighttime picture is about a week old. All that fencing and everything is gone now. We actually moved into the space the last 2 days, and we officially take over the project from the contractor East Harding tomorrow. So as of March 1st, the Little Rock Technology Park will be a real deal. You can see the transformation of the building up in the left-hand corner, the two buildings that we renovated into what we have now. You can go to the next slide. Just some images of what the work we've done. That image on the left was a elevator shaft and a concrete fire stair that went all the way up to the building. We opened up and made that atrium to tie those two floors together. Go ahead. Go ahead, Scott. Thanks. Second floor, same floor that atrium's on. Obviously a big transformation. The building on the left was the last building Stevens Inc. was in before they moved to Center Street. And this is the status it was left in. I don't think anybody has been in that building since the early 90s. So talk about a revitalization of Main Street. This is case in point of a building that was abandoned and left in a pretty good state of disrepair before we got in there and went to work. Go ahead. This is actually in the building that was formerly housed Judge Mays' law office. We went in there and did quite a bit of work in there as well. Go ahead. And this is the entryway into the building. That area on the right is the coffee shop that a retail coffee shop that we'll lease. That'll be open to the public in that area. So you can see how we transformed that lobby area. That's right when you come in the front door of the facility. Go ahead. And this is the conversion of where the former Stevens offices were, how we've opened that space up and really transformed how it looks. Go ahead. And just some more images of that. This is a floor on the upper floor of the building where it's, like I said, state of disrepair, and we've come back in and done some amazing things. Go ahead. And just a few more images of the transformation. Left a lot of the existing brick, left a lot of the vintage look, so you have a blend of the tech, new wave tech look, as well as the vintage brick. And there's several reclaimed wood walls throughout the building that give it some rustic looks. So we did a really good job of blending some old with some new, since we're right there in the heart of a lot of historic buildings. Go ahead. And just some more shots of that. Come a long ways on these two particular buildings, both built in the early 20s, and have now transformed to be modern day, efficient and effective for what we're trying to do. Go ahead. Just an update on where we are. If you followed some of the coverage in the news, we're going to open up the facility with 18 different companies. A lot of these companies' names don't mean much to you, but that's the point of the project, is to build these companies up and retain them in the Little Rock market. We've had some success stories come out of the space we were in on Markham with 3 different companies, 2 of which were minority-owned tech companies. Both started in our space there on Markham, which at one time the city helped subsidize that space to help us get going. We had a company move out of there. He started with us with one guy, himself, the founder. Within a couple months, he had hired 5 or 6, and he got too big for the space we were in. And today, he would be too big for the facility down on Main Street. And now he has over 35 employees, and that's in a year and a half. So great success story there. We had another one that came in from out of state, entity headquartered in Boston, that actually chose Little Rock to set up a development office. And they have since outgrown our space and moved out, but are now considering moving back now that we have the bigger facility. So we've done a good job in our early stages of not only recruiting companies, but also growing companies and putting them out to be a productive, revenue-producing, job-hiring entity in the Little Rock market. Go ahead. Just giving you some update. When we start tomorrow, there'll be 61 people working in the building. So we feel pretty good about that. We have 2 minority women-owned businesses that'll be in there, and we've got some other options out there that hopefully will pan out that'll increase that number as we get going. We did have the whole discussion about the charter schools, but Noble Impact, I'm not sure if you're familiar with them, they have an initiative with the schools, not only the charter schools, but the public schools to teach entrepreneurship and public service to students. They're a tenant of ours and have been using the 107 East Markham space that we just moved out of, since its location is very close, and plan to do the same on Main Street. That's exposed a very diverse student population to what science and technology and education can do for them. And I've got some very early discussions with a public school here in the Little Rock School District that I'm really excited about to see how that plays out, to see how we can get involved with them as well. Had 2 companies relocate from Atlanta and St. Louis that have moved into the space. And then have done a good job of retaining the ones that were in our space. All have moved, but all now are upgrading space. So we feel really good about the relationships that we've built in this 2-year period of being on Markham, to where it allowed us to kind of hit the ground running when we open up on Main Street tomorrow. And you just have some numbers there of where we are by floor. Those upper floors that have the smaller lease percentages, those are intermediate term leases for more established companies, and there's been a lot of interest in that space. That's where they can come in and do the floor like they want to, versus the turnkey space on those lower floors that you see all the high percentages. Those are going to be longer lead times to recruit those kind of companies. They're either in current leases or own their own buildings, but want to be in that environment and just aren't in a position to move yet. So we knew that going in. And the 4th floor you see under construction, that is us being out in front of the next wave of companies that want to be in that turnkey space. You can see that 3rd floor is 75% leased. And as Dixon will tell you, we don't want to be in a position where we're out of inventory. That means we're turning away the next great idea that we're trying to keep in Little Rock. So we want to be out in front of that. So we're going to convert the 4th floor to be another turnkey space and hopefully lease that one out quickly. That majority of that is in the open floor plan that you saw in the photos. Those have been extremely popular and fit these fast-moving tech companies. Next slide. And just most of these I've gone over. I did want to follow up on the project. The last time I was here, we did talk about some of those numbers, and it was a focal point of Director Hendricks on the minority participation in the construction project. And I got some updated numbers from East Harding on where we landed. We originally were at 26% of our subs were minority. Over the course of the project and with some additional jobs they assigned out, we got up to 32%. Those are good numbers for us to be proud of on the way the project was managed and focusing on those kind of initiatives to get that involved. And you can see how it compares to the 2 of the projects at ULR and then the 12th Street Station. We're right on line with some of those projects. And to kind of wrap up, the project is not finished. East Harding and their subs will be in there for another month and a half, doing various things to tighten up the building, but they had to get us in a spot where we can move in tomorrow and be live, and so that's where we are. And I invite any of you to come see the space. You can contact me anytime. I'd love to walk you through it and see the energy and the excitement in the building and what we've got going, and meet some of these entrepreneurs that we're trying to make productive, succeeding companies in Little Rock and grow that piece of our economy. So I'll be glad to answer any questions. I appreciate the opportunity.
Well, thank you very much, Brent. You know, this is really exciting to see this to come to fruition. I know it's been a long process, and I know we've had people on the commission and have worked on the legislation as early as 2005, and to see this actually with tenants in it and occupying it, and the energy and creation of ideas that's being turned into jobs is really, really very rewarding to the city. I think we have a couple other directors that want to comment on that. Director Campiris, please.
Well, a quick thing, and congratulations, but I think we all need to acknowledge one thing, and that's very important. This is the brainchild of Dixon Flake. He fought for the legislation. He fought to get it done. He fought to get the money. He fought to get the property. He fought to get to be part of the sales tax, and we owe him a deep deep round of applause and thank you for the tenacity to get this done. So thank you, Dixon.
This is just first phase, too. Director Hines.
Well, you will do that to me when I get a mouthful of candy bar. Brent, when does the wet lab space come? Phase 2?
That is the next phase. And that, if you can recall back to the original intent of the project, was to capture that commercialization research coming out of UALR, UAMS, Children's. And that's still a main focal point. This particular first phase was the low-hanging fruit, and we needed to get the ball rolling. So that is phase 2, and immediately we shift now that we've got this one going to get busy on how to finance that project.
Well, I appreciate you guys' hard work, and having been involved in that first FinTech accelerator, it was nice to see some of those companies that have relocated, and I had dinner with the guys at Limo Exchange that night, so.
Yeah, amazing
And they
stuff.
moved, they're actually very international, I think Atlanta, Switzerland, and one of the African countries where they originate from. But,
That's right. Right, yeah, really cool
super
story
good.
on those
Yeah,
guys.
super good. Thank you, Brent.
Director Hendricks, you're recognized, please.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for acknowledging the fact how I push for minorities. We don't do much of that up here. And I want to thank you. And also, Mr. Flake has been in constant contact with me. I had asked Mr. Moore about just where, we voted on something not too long ago, and I wanted to know, well, it may be tonight. You know, they put stuff here in front of me, but I don't know what the H they're talking about.
Right.
So I told him that I needed to know where and what was going on downtown. And I'm impressed because it was in Daisy Bates' day that we closed the whole Main Street down, minorities did, and it's good to see it growing back.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Brent, and thank you to the entire commission and to Dixon and to Kevin Zaffaroni for being here with us tonight. And certainly we'll look forward to seeing the details and the direction on phase 2.
Yep, thank you very much.
Okay, we just a note that we will deal with a recognition presentation, an award presentation on our law enforcement accreditation program next Tuesday, as well as a recognition of our National Merit semifinalists. So with that said, we can now move on to the actual items on our agenda for next week. And let me ask you to look at the M1 modification resolution, as well as the resolutions on page 2. And let me ask if there's any questions about any of those. The agenda items, consent agenda items, proposed consent agenda items 1 through 3 and M1. Director Hendricks?
I wanted to ask Mr. Moore, Resolution 1,
Yes.
I see that the contract will be with Pews. How many years or how often have they had this, or is this their first time? And did you do bids?
Did do bids. I believe we got 2 bids. I believe this is their first one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on the consent agenda? If none, we can move to the planning and development items 4 through 10. Director Hines.
Yes, I have a question on item 4 for probably Mr. Bazinski.
Mr. Bazinski.
Tony, I was looking at the plans on this, and it looks like they placed the dumpster towards the front of the development, and I was reading the staff write-up, and I wanted to understand exactly what I was reading to make sure, because that's right at the entrance to Villages of Well. I mean, that literally is 20 feet from the entrance to the neighborhood. So the staff write-up had reasoning that they placed it there in order to be able to screen it better from the neighborhood, which kind of seems contradictory since it's closest to the neighborhood. I would, and it says that it's going to be undergrade, So I guess they're making a cut on that uphill side on the east side?
Director Hines, excuse me, yes, the property goes up, and so the residential neighborhood is higher, at a higher elevation than what this site will be.
Okay. Because of the nature of this development, how are they gonna handle odor control and that kind of stuff? That's my bigger concern. I understand from the way it's gonna be placed, but, you know, I think there's a small buffer, and I think the Villages of Wellington neighborhood's got maybe a undisturbed buffer as well. Is that correct? Between them and this?
Yes, on the site plan, you see they're complying with the ordinance standards for the buffering and screening along that, what would be the east side.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess that still goes back to how are we gonna control odor? Because if they've got senior living, is this gonna be like assisted living or nursing home?
Director Hines, I think a combination of assisted living and I think what now they're referring to as memory care facilities.
Okay. Well, and I guess my question is, if they're dealing with that population, if that's gonna be their only receptacle for waste, are they?
I can't answer that question.
Okay.
I mean, sometimes they might have, I mean, I don't know if this is the case, but I know some places have almost daily pickup.
Okay. I would
But
like
I can't tell you that's what's gonna happen here.
if you could reach out to applicant and get them to give me some information on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Director Richardson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a little bit more information on number 5, ordinance number 5. This facility on Guyer Springs, can you give me a little more specificity around what kind of addition we're talking about?
Director Richardson, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the board, currently, there's an existing building on the property, and that has approximately 2,500 square feet. And what's being proposed is the addition on the north side, which will add 1,600 square feet for a total of about 4,100 square feet.
And this new addition, will they have pretty much the same kind of functions that the current buildings have? Will they have the same kind of services?
Yes, and I think they're going to try to focus quite a bit on educational programs or outreach.
So this will give them a chance to expand what they're doing, correct? Was that the
Yes.
rationale for doing that?
Yes.
Thank you, Tony.
Okay. Are there any other questions on any of these other items? Director Peck?
Yes, on ordinance number 6.
Yes.
I'd like to separate that.
Okay, if there, we can do that, we'll call for that one separately, item 6, ordinance
Thank you.
6. Are there any other questions about any of the other ordinances? Okay, we'll go ahead and group all of the ordinances with the exception of item 6. Director Hendricks?
You're not too separate yet.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm getting there, though, pretty quick. Okay, we can look at the two separate items, item resolution number 11 and ordinance number 12. Director Hendricks?
Thank you. On this ordinance, it was somewhere that I read that every board must have a board position. That's almost impossible because I think we talked about some boards do not have long positions. And I did not intend for this ordinance to remove anybody that's there if it's already a one there. I think that it was misinterpreted. This ordinance is not to remove a person. It will not? I just want to make sure. I don't want to offend nobody.
What this ordinance does, Director Hendricks, though, is that if there, first off, it can't apply to all of the city's boards and commissions because of either state law requirements or how they are appointed. but to the ones that it applies, if a current member's term expires and there is a need for a particular ward or wards to be represented, then that person would be replaced by somebody that lives in one of those wards. As I sent out in the memorandum, I just picked 3 totally at random, and wards 1, 2, and 6 were not represented on those. So if the first person that comes up for reappointment on one of those lives in Ward 4, somebody from Ward 1, 2, or 6 would do the replacement.
I want that separate.
Mr. Moore?
Well, speaking about what Tom has done, we've been doing some research, and we're going to provide this on Friday in a little bit more detail. But when you take out the those designated seats that we talked about,
What do you mean by designated? Tell the public.
yeah, I mean, as Tom was just saying, I mean, the Arts Center doesn't have any requirements for that you have to be a City of Little Rock citizen. The airport has certain requirements that you have to be a pilot. The A&P Commission has certain requirements. So you had to take those out to show a fair analysis of the numbers.
Why did you have to take that now? I know some black pilots. In fact, my son is a pilot.
Okay, does he live in Little Rock?
Yeah, he can.
Does he live
He
in
was
Little Rock?
born right here. He's been in the Air Force for 30 years, and he is a pilot. So you shouldn't do that. I mean, you're excluding certain people when you come up with that kind of stuff. Okay.
Well, actually, there's a Ward 1 representative on the airport
Can we
commission,
make
by the
this
way.
separate? I don't care about what's there. My son is a young man. Some of those folk may be dead or may die. Bruce, we don't need that.
Well,
Am I right?
my point.
I know what your point is, discrimination.
You
You don't
know-
like that. You don't like that word, so shut up.
Well, just so you know, your ward has the second highest number of appointees of all the wards of all 7 wards.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
Direct-
Does the secretary have something to say?
I have something to say, and, from a standpoint of board member decorum, I think we always try to treat our staff with respect, and to tell them to shut up, I think is inappropriate.
I do that. I do that. He gets
So
message.
I hope that you will
I
have
apologize,
a chance to
Mr.
talk with
Moore.
Mr.
I
Moore.
apologize, Mr. Moore.
Thank you.
But I'm for real. Okay?
I don't think anybody's ever doubted that, Irma.
Okay, so I'm asking that we separate this, Mayor, and I think somebody asked.
It's going to
me-
be, it's going to be voted on separately, sure.
Well, we didn't take that minute ago, did we? Come on.
It's a separate item. It's going to be voted on separately.
Okay. Make it separate. Because I heard someone make a motion that an item be separate, and there was no vote or nothing. It was just separate. Y'all
It's-
ought to know I see everything.
Director Adcock, you recognize, please.
Moore, I would like to hear your analysis of this, please. Because I was wondering how many boards and commission it would really affect.
So we went through an analysis of all of the boards and commissions. And Susan and her staff, I think, have done a very good job very quickly of going through that. But if the question or if the goal is to ensure that there's a ward member on each board or commission, I thought it was fair. And again, the policy is the boards, but I thought it was fair to give you all the numbers that you currently have, but you do have to take out certain positions that are designated. And that's all I was saying. Your son might be a black pilot, but he doesn't live in Little Rock, so he's not eligible. But there was just a Ward 1 representative appointed to the Airport Commission. So that was my point of the analysis that we tried to do to show that, okay, when you take out the designated seats where you have to appoint somebody in the River Market District, for example, all 5 of those seats are designated. And so we did take those out. And when you do that, I thought it was important to show what the numbers are. And so anyway, we'll
I would
provide
like,
those.
I would like those numbers, please.
Now,
Yes, please.
and again, we're gonna go through, do an additional analysis, but, right now, it would be Ward 3, that has the highest number. Ward 1 would have the second highest number. Ward 5 would have the third highest number. Ward 4 would have the fourth highest number. Ward 6 would have the fifth highest number. Ward 7 would have the sixth highest number, and Ward 2 would have the seventh highest number.
Okay. Do you know how many boards and commissions would be left after we took out those special ones? I know on two of the boards and commissions that I am the liaison to, Land Bank and Animal Village, sometimes we have lots of trouble finding people in certain wards.
We re-advertise positions every time.
I-
We talked about that today.
I would like to ask the staff, how many times we had to re-advertise for positions because we do not have people that apply or are from, and in fact, we have certain boards where we do have ward designated ward designated seats, and we don't have people apply. So we re-advertise and we re-advertise. And we finally got to the point where I think on a couple of them, we've put in language where if we advertise it and we don't get anybody, then we can put in an alternate from another that is interested in serving on one of our volunteer boards. So I think it would be helpful to find out, Bruce, if you could, how many boards don't have representation that shows a dispersal of boards and commissions. If that's possible.
Mayor, with the Animal Village, sometimes we will not have someone from that ward, but then maybe the next time we do, so then we move people around to fill up that ward. But it's not unusual for the Animal Village to go through 2 or 3 times of advertising before we get people who want to apply.
Director Hendricks, you're recognized next, please.
I'm really pleased that there's so much attention given to this. I call it meager. And to me, I see it as a problem. Why did Bruce have to go run and trip and look up all this? We don't usually do that. I have a good mind. I knows what goes on up here, okay? And at the last meeting, one of our directors was about to have a fit because she thought that she was going to be moved from that was not the intent of this motion, not at all. So you can vote it up or down or whatever you want to, but that won't be the last of it as far as I'm concerned. I think it's I could use a better word, but you don't want me to do that. But I just think that it's just asinine that we are spending so much time for people to be represented. And, you know, I don't care anything about those many, many times that we have had positions that persons did. That's going to be my goal, is to get up and get out in that community and make sure that people apply. I've had attorneys to apply for positions, black attorneys, and they were not appointed. And that bothers me. It may not bother you all, but it bothers me. So you're saying you have 2 items in that section?
It is separate.
Okay. Director Compuris, you're recognized, please.
Bruce, when you send it out, would you send out the excluded commissions?
Vice Mayor Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bruce, was Midtown redevelopment excluded? Thank you.
And the Midtown Development District is for those people who live in that area of Midtown. Yeah. Okay, well, we'll see what the dispersion rate is. Director Adcock.
Yes, I want information on item 11, please. I'd like for Mr. Carpenter to give us a history of why we have not in the past extended the wastewater utility to other areas of Little Rock, outside of Little Rock.
Director Hancock, there was an initial resolution passed, I think in 1978, it may have been 1981, where this board ruled that it would not do extensions of utility services outside the city limits. And the major reason, I think, at that time was concerns about what would happen with White Flight and the Little Rock School District. You all may remember that when Judge Henry Woods issued his initial opinion, which got modified by the Eighth Circuit, he noted that the extraterritorial utility extension policies of the city had helped to create some of the problems in the Little Rock School District in terms of the racial makeup of the district. This board has stayed fairly consistent on that. There have been some exceptions. Shannon Hills was a situation, and we finally did a deal where Shannon Hills is basically treating all of its waste product, but then it hooks up with us at the line, and I don't know exactly what that means, but it was something a little bit different. And part of that was to keep us from dealing with a sewer lagoon, a sanitary sewer lagoon, which I kind of think is an oxymoron, but that was going to be built really next to a neighborhood and next to a school, an elementary school. Except for those limited purposes, the board has not done this for the most part. The mayor, when he was city attorney, developed the concept of pre-annexation agreements, and we have run with that under a pre-annexation agreement. What happens is that the city decides there may be some purpose for the extension of utilities, and the area cannot annex to the city at that particular time, so there will be an agreement in place that when they can, because they're contiguous to the city, that the property will be annexed to the city at the city's request. This is a covenant that runs with the land so that any purchaser would be aware of that fact, and it would essentially be a voluntary annexation at that point. There was a major sea change in these developments when the city joined with other communities and created Central Arkansas Water. And at that point, our water utilities were dealt with by a board that was not interested in boundaries at all, but in the delivery of water services. So the extension of water utilities throughout these areas has been fairly broad since that time. We have not moved back from the sanitary sewer work. I think it was 2003, but it may have been after that, that we did commission a study from UALR to see if there was any rationale for combining the sanitary sewer departments of Little Rock and North Little Rock into a regional department, and it was found that there was no advantage to that, and that the separation of the Arkansas River made it different from the transfer of water. So that's basically the background. You had one case that was tried in both state court and federal court, Chartwell Valley versus the city of Little Rock. There was a request to get extraterritorial extensions of utilities to a proposed development at the edge of Otter Creek, the Otter Creek development, which was just over the county line. The city refused to do so. The developer sued and said that we had to do so, and both the Arkansas Supreme Court and the U.S. District Court said we did not.
And a little asterisk to that recitation is I tried that case, and at that time the issue relative, and I think we should separate that from the issue of pre-annexation agreements. That issue was one on the question of extending water specifically to areas outside the city limits, and that was the province of the city board, not of our water commission, our Little Rock Water Commission at the time. And that litigation ensued because of that decision of the board. Ultimately, the issue of pre-annexation agreements was looked at as a process for water only in terms of pre-annexation agreements. And so and that was done relative to the issue of annexation into the city. It had the pre-annexation requirement. And of course, then, times change, apparently, boards change, people change, and there was a big regional effort to extend water throughout the central Arkansas area, and that led to the legislation that created Central Arkansas Water. I think Joan and Dean and some others probably were on the board at that time, and BJ as well. Thank you. That led to the creation of the Central Arkansas Water System, which does not recognize the issue of boundaries. It recognizes simply the issue of providing water, a good water source. We conveyed, some of us might have disagreed with that if we'd have been on the board, but we conveyed over to the Central Arkansas Water at what I've been told is at least a $280 million utility for free that has been extending water and continues to extend water throughout this region. And what the impact of that is, I don't know. I for one, would have probably not wanted to see that happen, but that really doesn't make any difference. That's what we have now as Central Arkansas Water. So that's just kind of the context. The issue of a pre-annexation agreement was really only to deal with areas that we knew we could annex if and when it was appropriate, that were contiguous, and to provide water in some limited way to those areas within our extraterritorial jurisdiction.
Okay, I'm not finished.
Pardon?
I'm not finished.
Okay. So I just wanted to give a little further definition to that issue. In fact, somebody in our audience here helped me with the pre-annexation agreements in terms of its implementation. Okay, go ahead, Director Adcock.
Mr. Moore, would you give us your thoughts on this, please?
Yeah, I think Tom has done a good job of sort of outlining, since I've been here, what the city's policy has been as far as wastewater. I have not talked to the director of the wastewater commission this week because I believe that there's a cost. They wanted this will be an independent type of review. So I think I want to visit with him about the process he wants to use, or they would use if this goes forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Director Hines, you recognize, please.
Thank you. I think it's a little bit humorous that what I've asked for is a study about our extraterritorial jurisdiction, and that interesting that CAW comes up as the nexus, so why we're getting some of this pressure, because they've extended water just about every place in the county, and where you get that, you get development. I think had we kept the utility under our jurisdiction, we probably would not be seeing this pressure yet. The real issue is the fact that we're going to, on the western edge of the city, and I think even on the southwestern edge of the city, the majority of the available single-family property is either under development or being developed or is already finished. We're going to continue to see pressure on this. And so my intent on this was to ask for a study so that we would have a data point. It's also an issue of good planning. Whether we can, should, and will expand, this data that wastewater would give us from the study will at least give us the basis to have a conversation about that in the future. One thing that this was already on my radar from the last several issues with the folks at Nolan Creek and with the other development, what was the other creek, Taylor? Johnson Creek, I think. Heck, I can't remember. Fletcher Creek. Yeah, I'm getting, all the creeks are getting confused. We got Rock Creek, Fuchs Creek, Fletcher Creek. Is that we're going to continue to see this issue come up, especially with the advent of the Lake Maumelle watershed, which has basically put a pinch point. Once you get outside our extraterritorial jurisdiction outside of my ward, you quickly run into the Lake Maumelle watershed, which has already had development restrictions put on it. So the natural place for more dense development is going to be in that ETJ. This is something I think we need to look at as a city, the wastewater utility especially, to make sure, one, that the capacity is there, and that we can have a high-level discussion, a policy and planning discussion on whether we go forward with this plan or not. The unfortunate reality is that we've got a legislator that's potentially going to run legislation tomorrow that would take that local self-control away from us. I'm not supportive of that, but if we fail to act, like I've said many times before, the state legislator will act for us. I don't think it's in our best interest to do that, and I'll be down there opposing it from that standpoint. But if we don't take action to at least study and look at this and have an honest discussion among these board members of what our policy is going to be, if we haven't looked at it since the 70s or 80s, I think a lot of things have changed. I think we've got to have that discussion. If we don't, we're going to continue to see pressure in this area. The one thing is, if we won't approve a conditional use permit for a package plant in our extraterritorial jurisdiction, which I don't think is good public health or public policy, if we're not going to extend sewer service, then the next logical development of that property will be large lots with the minimum lot size for septic tanks, which means that they will never annex, and they will never have a reason to annex into the city. You know, everybody wants to talk about sprawl as a bad thing. I look at it as growth. If you take away the 1990 boundaries, without the western expansion of the city, we would not be the city we are today. We would probably look more like a Jackson, Mississippi, or Birmingham, Alabama, or Memphis, Tennessee, with suburbs coming right up to our boundary's edge, and a city with a population that's shrinking instead of growing. All I'm asking for is to authorize the study of this. Hopefully, with this authorization, we can get the legislature at least hold off so we can have a discussion based on facts and figures at a high level of this board, which I think is we're duty bound to look at. Otherwise, we're going to get it done for us. And
Well,
if we, and I know we don't like local control, but if they say, well, you don't want to expand your city, then why are you using a 3-mile ETJ? And that's the next thing on their agenda, is to reduce our ETJ, which I think for a city our size, a 3-mile extraterritorial jurisdiction is necessary to keep the expansion of the city. That's all I'm asking for. Everybody's ticking this off that we're going to run down the road and start extending sewer service out to our ETJ. I'm merely asking for a study so that we've got a data point to sit here and have an honest discussion about, one, whether it's feasible, and two, whether or not we should do it. And that's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hines. Tom, I know you've looked at the legislation that is moving forward. It is HB 1549. It is very troubling in its mandates and taking away local control relative to a requirement to provide sewer service. And would you elaborate a little bit on that language? I know you've had a chance to look at it.
The main thing about the legislation that bothers me is it essentially says that if you have a water service, then you shall extend sewer service if a developer is willing to pay whatever the tie-in costs and the infrastructure costs are, even though the development is outside the city limits. There's 2 or 3 things about that bother me. The first and most important one is this: the Water Reclamation Commission has absolute control over the extension of sewer service within the city limits. And there have been times when not all areas within the city limits have been covered. I don't know if that's still the case, but I know that it took a great effort on the part of this board to do that. And it may arise again as annexation comes forward and other issues come forward. So the concept that a private developer could order essentially the extension of sewer utilities outside where this government has absolute control over whether there's an extension of facilities. But the city couldn't even say, you know, well, we want you to go out to this part of southwest Little Rock. I imagine it's all covered. I'm just coming up with an example, but we would like you to go there first. We wouldn't be able to do that. The second thing that bothers me is that we have been a party to litigation for some period of time from the Sierra Club lawsuit against the city and the wastewater utility. If this occurs, then you're going to start having private developers that will be parties to that lawsuit. And I just look at the nightmare of trying to figure out how do you ever figure out what you're going to litigate or what you're going to settle or what you're going to compromise when you've now got a party that's sort of like the tail wagging the dog. And I think that makes the proposed legislation very unwise. I didn't come prepared to give a full analysis of the bill today, but those are some of the major things that bother me.
And as I understand it, if the legislation should pass, it also requires this particular study. Is that correct?
It requires a study as to capacity.
On capacity.
Right.
Go ahead.
Based on my discussions, we would, if this legislation passes from the state level, wastewater would have to do this study to be able to prove without getting sued that they either have or don't have the capacity to extend service.
And see, that's,
Is that what this resolution does? Or is that one of the issues that this resolution does?
the resolution does a very good job of defining the bases and the capacities. The problem I want to say about the legislation is this. It's going to ask for capacity for a minute area at that moment. And the more of those you add on, well, why can't we have 25 more houses? Why can't we have 50 more houses? Why can't we have one more business? At what point do you break the camel's back and then get us straight back into the situation where there's sanitary sewer overflows throughout the city and we're not really dealing with capacity? That's the danger of a capacity question in the abstract. It's sort of like a zoning decision in the abstract. I don't care about having, allowing a store here, but when I allow the second or third one and I take a residential neighborhood and turn it into a commercial neighborhood because, well, they've already got one next to it, have I been able to engage in planning? And I think that's the issue.
There's some other people want to comment on this. Director Fortson, you're recognized, please.
Well, one concern I'd have is the possibility of islands outside the city to which we'd be extending service that would never want to be part of the city or pay their way. Director Hines and I have had discussions. He knows my feelings on that, but I have no objection to a study. In fact, I have two questions, Alance. Do you have a deadline in the resolution as to when you want them to report? And I assume they are going to be asked to report back to us. Okay.
Director Hendricks, you're recognized, please.
The questions I want to ask Mr. Moore, is there a cost, astronomical cost to this?
That earlier, I have been able to talk to the director of the utility. I do know that he feels like it needs to be an independent review, and not his staff doing it or our staff doing it. So there will be some costs. I don't know what that range is, but it will have that by Tuesday.
I support the resolution. When time comes to vote, I support it.
Director Wyrick, you're recognized, please.
Well, a lot of the comments and questions have already been made. The one thing that hasn't been answered is who pays for the study? Does the city of Little Rock pay for it, or does wastewater pay for the study?
As I understand the resolution, wastewater would pay for the study. The question was asked at the last meeting if they could pay for the study. And the response I gave is, as long as they're dealing with the extraterritorial area we've identified and the basins and ground in that area, I think that's a legitimate use of public monies. If they go beyond that, then I start getting into questions of why are we looking at what can be done in another county or something of that nature.
And I'm wondering, is the study going to go far enough? Because if we extend water and sewer to say, the furthermost boundary in our extraterritorial area, and, the city of Little Rock, they would sign a pre-annexation agreement, I'm assuming. But the city of Little Rock, would they not be responsible for all of the other services that we offer, code enforcement, street improvements, all of the city services to these areas?
We're not at the point yet where we'd be responsible for all services in the extraterritorial jurisdiction. What we've got is planning jurisdiction in that area. And the concept is this is an area that may come into the city, and we don't want to have a line of factories right next to a residential neighborhood. But we don't have zoning jurisdiction and other matters.
But if the sewer and water are placed to a subdivision, would the city at that point not have the responsibilities of garbage pickup, code enforcement, and all those sorts of things?
If they're still outside the city limits, I wouldn't think so.
Even though they signed a pre-annexation agreement?
Right, the pre-annexation agreement is that when and if it becomes possible to annex them and the city wishes to do so, they will be annexed. It's not that they are annexed the moment that they become next to us.
Okay, but you see what I'm saying, don't you? I don't know that this study is going to go far enough to understand if it's the right thing or the wrong thing to do in regards to extending sewer to an area. It almost seems like to me we ought to look at all of the services, because it's cost to the city, and it really could put a burden, because we have a hard time having enough police officers, having enough code enforcement, garbage pickup, all that stuff. We struggle with that every day. And so to me, that would be, that's something else that needs to be in a study. If we're going to talk about capacity and how to deal with subdivisions out there, we need to know all of the other aspects of it as well. I know when we were going out west, and every time we got a new subdivision that we annexed in, we'd ask the sewer company and the water company, what are the impacts? And they'd say nothing. And we all know the rest of that story. So, I just don't know that it goes far enough.
Director Wyrick, if I may, there's also a bill in the legislature that sets a timeline for the city to provide all services to newly annexed property. Right now, it's sort of as it reasonably can do so. The timeline would be a date certain, so that would be impacted in the very manner that you're suggesting.
Yeah.
But there's two qualifiers to it, Director Wyrick. One is that you still have to have contiguity. In other words, you can't annex without being contiguous to the city. And number two is that the pre-annexation agreement, really, the issue of annexation is at the election of the city, not the subdivision or not the residents. So the impact then becomes a real issue, as you point out, on what the cost of those other city services are versus what that additional tax-based revenue of city taxes is that gets brought into the city. So, that's a worthy issue. But again, you still have to be contiguous, and you still have to. The city really has to be the one that decides to do the annexation. I think since the 90s. How many annexations have we had?
I don't know. It's been a while.
Very
since we've
few,
done
I think,
one.
isn't it?
Yeah.
And they've been basically areas that have been surrounded by the city. Islands, yeah.
I'm just thinking the study doesn't go far enough, because all of this, we're looking at impact, we're looking at cost, we're looking at whether we have capacity, and those services are something that's gonna have to be dealt with. So I'm thinking it's not really going as far as what we'd like to, or as far as what we would need to know in order to make an educated decision going forward.
Director Hines, you're recognized, please.
Director Wyrick, I don't disagree with your assessment. I think that's not something wastewater can do. They can only tell us about the facilities. So I would support another resolution from you if you wanted to ask Bruce and the city staff to study those things. But I think knowing where these basins are rather large, they go outside of our ETJ, but we're asking to say, you know, where within those ETJs is and do you have capacity? Where, I mean, it's part of a good planning tool. It's something that I think our staff should know based on wastewater's determination of maybe where we should be looking at future planning if where the city's growing.
Director Adcock?
Yes, this is more the story that BJ was talking about. In Southwest Little Rock in Ward 2 is the only basin. It's 30 million gallons, and it's huge, like the size of 6 football fields. And that basin takes care of the stormwater and the drainage coming from West Little Rock because our pipes are not large enough. Right now, we're spending the money to add another $30 million basin out there, so we'll have $60 million 60 million gallons of waste out in Southwest Little Rock, the only place in town that has this waste. When you look at adding all this additional land and everything to this, how many basins do y'all want in Southwest Little Rock? There's only so many that we can have. They're behind Benny Craig Park, if anyone would like to go see them. They hold the waste for 5 days and then it drains on and everything. But I think that, you know, when you look at something like that, we need to look at, is there capacity not only out there, but what about the capacity coming through Southwest Little Rock and the lines going out to the airport and everything, and also treatment plants and everything. This is not just putting a pipe in the ground and saying, we're just going to pipe it on out all through Southwest and all the way out to East Little Rock. We've got to look at wastewater facilities. And do y'all remember when we built the one out by the ranch? I never thought, you know, it looks like a barn, they said, and we spent millions of dollars out there. So this is something big. It's not just what they're wanting to do out west. It's what it's going to do to our facilities here in Little Rock.
Director Hendricks, you're recognized, please.
Thank you. I would suggest, as it has been forestated, is that if anybody else has something to present, let's do that. We've been on this thing for long. I got to go listen to the president. At 8 o'clock, I got to listen to the president.
Director Wyrick, you're recognized, please.
I'm just saying that I'd forgotten about I don't know how I could, but I'd forgotten about the basin that we have in Southwest. But I'm just saying that this is a study that we're going to do, and Lance, you're the one that put wastewater utility in there. We could say all these other things as well. It's a more comprehensive study to understand capacity and other issues as we extend into the extraterritorial. I think the wastewater utility is just it allows the development to happen. But once it happens, then we have to provide other services, other things for people out there. So I can come up with another resolution to say that we study that. Excuse me? But you could easily write it in to look at all of those issues as well.
Well, Director Wyrick, the only concern I think we should ask our staff to look at is that I think this issue is very clear on who has to pay for this study. And when you bring those other issues in, I think those are city issues. And so I think it would be best to have a separate resolution on that.
Okay. Tom, I need a separate resolution. I'd like to see it Tuesday night. Can you handle that?
Director Warwick, I can, but I want to caution that unless it's offered by the manager's office as a resolution, it couldn't be considered for another 2 weeks.
Do what now? Say that again?
Y'all's rule is that an issue brought up at the time of a board meeting has to have or an agenda meeting has to have a special vote to be considered that evening. So I can draft the resolution.
Okay.
That's not the problem. I can't guarantee that it will be heard Tuesday night.
Okay, well, my concern is that we've got a legislator out there that's already got a bill, and he's saying that he's going to require this capacity study. And if there is capacity, and then we place a subdivision that's at the far boundaries of our ETJ, then the next thing behind it is that we have to worry about city services. And I think we just need to know, be able to deliver what that impact is.
Good.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll be patient.
All right, Director Hendricks. you're
Director Hendricks, I
recognized.
just said that I can get the resolution to Director Warwick, but because of your rules, I didn't want it to be guaranteed it will be heard next Tuesday night.
But we cannot vote on that next week, is that right?
You can vote on it Tuesday night, but it takes an extraordinary vote, 3/4, to be able to get it on the agenda.
Okay. I'm still asking that if we could move on. But point of order, we talked to this long, and I support.
Director Hendricks, you
Lance.
can leave whenever you want to. This is an
I'm
agenda
not going
meeting.
nowhere. I'm not going nowhere. I'm gonna stay right here.
All right, good.
But I mean, you can kill a dog. You're talking about the same thing over and over. And he's got a resolution coming up or whatever it is that he has up.
We're ready to move on.
Okay. I have something else to talk about if you're finished with that.
Director Richardson, you're recognized.
Just Mayor, Tom, point of clarification, before we take that 3/4 vote, it has to be offered by the manager's office, correct?
No, the manager can place an item on the agenda, in which case it's the modification to the agenda. It takes only 6 votes to get it on the agenda.
And it takes 3/4 votes to pass it.
No, it only takes 6 votes essentially to pass it unless there's an emergency clause. But for a board member to get it on the agenda, it
That
takes
takes
a 3/4
3/4.
vote. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Director Hendricks, do you have another comment on that? Well, we're still going through the agenda, so we're gonna move forward on it. Director Campuris,
Are we getting ready for the presentation?
I'm trying to get there if,
I just would, I would like to ask the board, there's an executive session next week, and I will not be here, and I'd like to be there for the executive session. If we could not have it next week, recess and have it the next meeting. And that's just, y'all can make the decision then, but I'd just like to ask you to do that.
And I'll just point out,
we can move it clearly, but go ahead, Mr. Moore.
I'd just like to point out, our next meeting will be on the 21st, because we won't meet on the 14th, because I think some of y'all will be at NOC, so.
That's fine, whatever, I just,
Okay.
I mean, since I was
That's
part,
fine.
if y'all don't mind, I would like to ask your indulgence to do that.
That's fine. I have no objection, certainly. I don't think anybody else does in terms of the agenda. Yeah. Okay. We can now move on to Resolution 19. It's a public hearing. Are there any comments or questions on that item? This is an appeal from the Planning Commission of a denial on a related issue dealing with the wastewater treatment plant for property in the extraterritorial planning jurisdiction. Okay, if there's no comments or questions about that, then we can move on to item 14. I notice some ladies and gentlemen patiently waiting in the back of the room for
Mayor.
us. And Mr. Moore, let me go ahead and ask you if you would like to do the introduction of the International Association of Chiefs of Police.
Sure, Mayor, members of the board, and I got a PowerPoint, but we also have a hard copy I'll pass out now. As the board knows, you all authorized us last year to engage some consultants to come in and review to make a comprehensive review of our hiring practices, our testing practices, and I'm very pleased that that report is concluded. What you will hear, I think, are some things that we've been doing okay, some things we need to improve on, and then I also think you'll hear some of the things we've already put in place. So with that, I'd like to introduce Dr. Mitchell M. Weinsell, and he also has two other members of his team that he'll introduce. So, Dr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and directors. It's been a long evening already, so we intended to be fairly brief to leave more room for questions should there be any. Let me just real quickly, you can advance. Real quickly, just introduce myself again. I work full-time for the IACP. My job is to do operational and management studies of this nature for departments in varying degrees and scope throughout the country. One of my colleagues, Chief Joe Price, is here. Joe did much of the work on the report, much of the analysis. We also have Amanda Cook is here from Humro, and there were also two other folks on her team that were primarily involved in the work on this project. I just want to point out that this is a somewhat of a unique pairing in that when this work came forward to us, we saw it as a real opportunity for the police side and the human resources side to both kind of take a piece of this puzzle and merge these things together. Humro is a very well-regarded firm, and of course, the International Association of Chiefs of Police has been around for quite some time. So we're happy to have had an opportunity to partner on the project and work with them and to work with your fine staff here. I did want to just mention quickly that the report, I believe all of you have received a copy of the report. I know it went to the media. That is a draft report and typically would not have been released. It wasn't in release format at the time you received it. There will be some minor adjustments to that. I don't foresee that those adjustments will cause a significant change in anything that we're going to discuss. But as is typical, as we go through this process, we write some things and we get told that that's not exactly correct, and we need to make some clarification. So I just want to throw that out there. We should have a final draft for you within the next few weeks, and that will certainly can be circulated to you once we get it to the chief and to Mr. Moore. So go forward. Just real quickly, as we had our initial discussions with the police department, with the human resources department, we identified a number of particular issues that were of concern and that we thought were the main focus of the project: quality of applicants coming in, speed of the process, really trying to maximize the number of high-quality folks, looking a little bit at some of the administrative burdens and how that's affecting or positively or negatively folks coming through, dropout rates, and then ensuring a collaborative hiring process. Next, please. This is a kind of a real quick rundown of how the tasks were separated. As I mentioned, there were two entities here, the Chiefs Association and Humro. We split the tasks effectively, with the first three being more of a qualitative and quantitative evaluation from the Chiefs Association. The next ones by Humro are very detailed, and that's an area of expertise that is beyond my schooling, I can assure you. But and I know that Amanda will speak to that. But the evaluations that go into the technical aspects of determining which factors should be examined for police hiring are very technical and, quite frankly, necessary in order to avoid litigation and adverse impact. So we, again, we appreciated Humro's participation in that. Next, please. I want to talk briefly about our methodology. It involved talking to a number of key stakeholders within the police department, within human resources. We examined a number of various print material and various other resources that we requested of the police department. We looked at your social media sites and how you're doing that. And of course, we did a significant analysis of a variety of statistical data that we requested based on dropout rates and hiring and passing rates and a variety of those things. The one thing that I'd like to touch base on, and this is one of the components that is not in the report draft that you saw, but one of the pieces of this puzzle was the IACP went out and solicited agencies across the country to find best practices in hiring and recruiting. We did that through a a process where we identified agencies that had a high degree of success of hiring women applicants around the country. You may not be aware, but there is no current national repository that lists race of police officers in police agencies. It's done independently in some cities and in some states, but there's no national repository. There is a national repository of women in police agencies. So we went to that source through the FBI, identified agencies that had high percentages of women, and we surmised that those agencies were likely doing that on purpose and likely had a better percentage of persons of color and other minorities within their police agencies, and that proved to be accurate. We identified 10 agencies throughout the country, and we created about a 45-question survey, very in-depth survey, which we asked them to create or to complete on our behalf, and on your behalf, I should say. I should mention that it did require a lot of work on their part, and they did all of this for nothing, really, other than an agreement that we would provide them with the results when it was all said and all done. So this is somewhat unprecedented, and you all will benefit greatly from the results, as will the field as well. Next slide, please. Again, this is a brief overview of the different tasks that IACP looked at. We looked at the current hiring practices, everything from your application through your background investigations, written exams, interviews, and so forth. And then we looked at the best practices in training, and we brought this item to the discussion because hiring good people is great, but if they fail along the way, that doesn't help us at all. And so we know that some agencies have struggled with folks that they get in the door, but that don't make it through the training process for a variety of reasons. So we wanted to take a look at that. And we also wanted to take a look at what your capacities were and your ability to funnel people through and to staff your police agency. Next slide, please. And I know I'm going quick, but I'll take questions at the end, and feel free to interrupt, of course, if you have one. So there are a number of recommendations that are somewhat overlapping based on the different categories that we looked at. And so in some cases, as you read the report or the recommendations, you might think to yourself, well, gee, we kind of already saw this, and that is true to some extent. What I've done here is pulled out some of the more key recommendations. I think currently the report has roughly 45 recommendations in it. Clearly, we're not going to go through all those tonight, but I wanted to just touch base on a handful. Number one is improving the collaboration between the police department and human resources. Both of these entities have a significant value and a significant vested interest in making sure that the processes work well. And we think there's some opportunities there for improvement. And in fact, even in our discussions as we progressed through the project, we've already seen some additional dialogue that we think lends itself toward improvements. We talked about implementing a continuous hiring process. One of the things that we identified very early on in this process, and we saw this nationally in our studies, is that the longer the process is, the greater likelihood is that a good applicant will go somewhere else. And so one of the things that we highly recommend is increasing and expediting the hiring process. We've had some discussions about this, and the Department and Human Resources may be disinclined to move to a continuous hiring process for some logistical reasons, but there is a way to increase the frequency, and we think that's at least a good starting point to make sure and to monitor to make sure that you're getting the numbers in that you need. We also looked at expanding the candidate ranking system, and again, this gets into quite some detail, but currently there's really only one score. Once folks get past the written exam, they get a single score at the structured interview level. We think there are some opportunities to look for some additional factors that might help re-rank. And just real quickly, the reason that might be important is we might have 50 people that go through a structured interview, and the folks that score the highest on the structured interview might not necessarily, as a whole, be the best candidate. They may have had the best structured interview, but they may not be the best candidate. They may not get backgrounded first, and they may not necessarily still be around as a result of that. So we think that some revisions in structure of how you score and how you disseminate background investigations and the order in which that should occur are appropriate. We also looked at social media and web presence. And again, there's some opportunities to improve this. One of the things that we found is somewhere around 84%, I think, of the folks that are coming through your door for applications are coming through social media, and that's consistent nationally. So while we recommend and think that it's important to continue to stress recruiting in a physical sense as well, there is a real need to continue to increase the web and media presence, as quite frankly, as most of you know, that's what our younger generation is chewing on these days. Very few, I think the number is somewhere around 5% actually read the newspaper these days. So it's important to make sure we're engaging them where they are. Creating an agency brand, all of us could, come up with any slogan that we would hear on TV and we immediately know the product. And that's really kind of critical for Little Rock PD as well. Some of you may be familiar with something called an elevator speech. It's that you get 15 seconds on an elevator and somebody says, "What do you do?" And you get 15 seconds to tell them before the door is open. One of the things we know is that word of mouth is a huge contributor to bringing people in through the door. And so one of the things we think we should stress is creating a recruiter philosophy among all officers, among all staff within the city and within the police department. The other one on this slide is community liaisons for recruiting in underrepresented communities. One of the things that we think is important, and I don't think this has been done consistently or with enough vigor, is directly engaging special interest groups. We have a lot of folks that have been critical of policing, many of which are for good reason, but we haven't necessarily gone back to those people and said, "Help us put some bodies on the police department then. Help us be part of the solution." And we need to do that in a very direct way, whether that's in whatever variety of special interest group you might identify. But it needs to be a more proactive, specific effort. We know that a lot of folks in minority communities tend to listen to informal leaders and activists and folks that are kind of have their back and that are paying attention to their needs. And so we want to be able to go to those folks and say, let's help us be part of the solution, help us build a better police department, and we need your help to do that. There's some ways that we can do that through even getting a web presence on their own sites, asking them to make direct referrals, other things that we can do very specifically. So we think that's a key piece. Next slide, please. One of the things that we identified is if you wanted to today hire enough people to staff your police department, you can't do it. You don't have enough staff to train the people. You don't have enough capacity within your training facility to bring in enough people, to train enough people to get you up to speed. You have a facility deficiency and you have a personnel deficiency at the training level that you really need to address. So in just made up numbers, if you needed to hire 100 people today, you can't do it because you can only handle so many coming through the academy at a time. And if your attrition rate is greater than the number you can run through the academy, you're always in arrears. So I know the chief and I have spoke about this briefly. There is a real need to increase your ability to funnel more people through the academy. You need to get more people to apply and get more good quality applicants. But in order for you to get staffed up fully, you're going to need to have enough staff there to train them up. The police department is struggling to maintain staffing throughout the agency based on what I'm hearing. And it runs a little afoul to think, let's pull some more officers over to the academy because we're going to shorten ourselves on the street, for example. But the reality is it's a cart before the horse kind of a problem. If we don't get more folks working on training, you're not going to get enough folks trained out to be out on the street. So that's really a critical issue. You also have the disqualification factors, which is an issue that a lot of agencies are struggling with. The era where young people didn't have any vices before they made it to the police training academy is probably, for the most part, gone by the wayside. And of course, with even for those folks that maybe years ago had some of those vices, there was no way to tell. But now with social media, we can find that stuff out. So we're certainly not suggesting or recommending a reduction in standards, but we do suggest that it's important for communities to understand what are your values in the community, and what do we want to do in terms of understanding that people that may have made mistakes in their youth should not necessarily be discarded from the process unless there's some legal exclusion or some other reason that may come into play. So reevaluating the current disqualification factors in as much as immediate disqualification factors. And then for the next one, and I'm going to tell a story that was related to, oh, I'm sorry, previous slide still. I want to tell a very quick story that there was an applicant that came through that had, as a juvenile, committed a criminal act. It was never prosecuted, but he disclosed that he had committed this during the course of his juvenile history. That it had been many years since that occurred. This person had a distinguished career in the military, but they were discarded in the process because of this prior issue. We think, and I'll share private or publicly, based on your process, I might not have never been hired and served 27 years in the police industry. So we think there are people that sometimes have indiscretions when they're younger, and there may be a sense of need for you to have a secondary review process to evaluate some of those folks and to determine whether this old baggage can just be let go and let them move forward because they may have an opportunity for a real distinguished career. We also are recommending an overhire program, and this gets rather lengthy, and we'll get into more on this in the report, but one of the problems that's facing American policing right now is the difference between operational workforce and authorized workforce. So let me just real quickly say, if we did a study and we determined that you needed 500 officers to function at an optimal level, and let's assume that was a real number, when you start taking attrition rates and the length of time it takes to train people in and people that are on injured duty and those kind of things, you might have 60 or 70 positions that are open all the time. Unless you're hiring at 570, you will never be at 500. So it's important for the department and for government leaders to understand that when you have an authorized strength, that does not necessarily equate to an operational strength. So it is important to understand and identify what your true optimal operational strength is and ensure that you hire above your attrition rate so that you're always at that optimal number. Admittedly, there will be times when you're paying 2, 5, 8 positions over what you'd like to be, but we also know a month later or 2 months later, some of those folks are going to leave. Lastly, we did look at this to some degree. We don't think they're out of control, but we did notice that the academy and field training rates, there are a fair number of dropouts. Given the extent of time and effort that goes into hiring somebody, the last thing we want to do is let them go. And I don't mean to suggest that the police department has been flippant in that regard at all. But at the same time, if we're losing people consistently, we need to ask ourselves, what's the cause? Do we have a problem with hiring the right folks? Do we have a training problem? Do we have an indoctrination problem, a cultural indoctrination? What is it? And we think there's some additional analysis that could occur there. Lastly, I want to just mention that one of the other factors that we think is important is helping people get through the process. As an example, if you've ever been to the DMV and tried to change license plates in a different state, you know that it's an arduous process. Imagine that you're a brand new police candidate with no understanding of the police world other than what you've maybe seen on TV, and you're trying to figure out how to navigate through that. There is a high likelihood that you're losing candidates just because they don't understand the process. They don't understand what the tests are going to look like. They're not prepared in ways that you'd like them to be. We certainly think that's important to give them that information. We did make note that the city is currently charging a fee for there's a training component for the written exam. I'm sure that's a fee that you all are having to pay, which is why it's being passed along. And given the numbers of people that you're running through, it could be a very significant expense if a lot of people ask for it. But there's a couple of ways around that. You could do an in-person training. You could create your own video. You could do a PowerPoint training. And at a minimum, we would suggest that some folks that may be applying may be dissuaded by having to pay a fee. And we would be concerned about those folks and would suggest that perhaps some sort of scholarship or sponsorship program be created such that if folks are not in a financial position to contribute those funds, that perhaps those could be allocated elsewhere. But those are decisions for another day, but just some of the key points. And again, there's much more to come besides that. What I'm going to do at this point is step away and have Amanda give her presentation, and then we'll certainly stand for any questions that any of you might have. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Amanda Cook. I work for the Human Resources Research Organization, HUMRO. It's a nonprofit and it specializes in developing assessments and doing job analyses for public and private sector companies, including a number of fire and police departments. There are about 100 employees at HUMRO, and most of them are industrial organizational psychologists, and that's my background as well. And I worked with a couple of other IO psychologists on this project. And we were happy to work with IACP, Little Rock Police Department, and the city's HR department on this project. So I'm just going to mention a few of the tasks that we worked on, that HUMRO worked on for this project. The main task was really the job analysis study, which was conducted to be consistent with professional and legal guidelines. And this documents the requirements of the job of a Little Rock police officer. And so this really provides the basis for deciding what competencies should be measured during the hiring process. And when I say competencies, I mean what skills and abilities do police officers need to have to be able to do their jobs. So this could range from reading and writing skills to physical strength and endurance to integrity and teamwork and so on. We also created an assessment plan using the job analysis study and the current assessments that are used. And we also did a review of the current pre-hire assessments that are used in the process. And I'll talk a little bit more about each of these on the upcoming slides. Next slide, please. Okay, so first was the job analysis. And as I mentioned, this was really the core of our work because it provides a foundation for creating a legally defensible hiring system. So we started by doing a site visit here in Little Rock. We conducted interviews, focus groups, and job observations with police officers and sergeants. We worked to document the job requirements. We developed lists of tasks that police officers perform, as well as the competencies, the skills or abilities that they need to perform those tasks. We took this information and we created an online survey that was sent to all Little Rock police officers and sergeants. And 159 police officers completed the task survey. So they rated the importance of each task as well as how frequently they perform each task. We surveyed the supervisors about the competency requirements, and they responded to questions about how important the competencies were, as well as whether the competencies are needed at the time of entry, at the time of hire, and that's what we're interested in for this project. We analyzed this survey data to identify the critical tasks and the critical competencies that are needed at the time of hire. And we also linked these critical competencies to the critical tasks. So this allows us to pinpoint which competencies are needed to perform which tasks. And all of this information fed into the creation of an assessment plan, which is number 6 on the list here. So the assessment plan included the competencies that were determined to be important and needed at the time of hire. And we mapped those against the current assessments that are used in hiring. So for example, oral communication is a critical competency and it's currently assessed in the structured interview. Or reading comprehension is an important competency and it's assessed in the written exam, and so on. So this mapping really allowed us to see which critical competencies are being measured in the process and which ones are not. Also, if any changes are made in the future to the assessments, it's important to link back to these job analysis results. So it's important to link whatever assessments are being used to these critical competencies, both for purposes of legal defensibility as well as for making sure that the right people are being hired. Next slide, please. This slide talks about how we extended the assessment plan to talk about how weights could be created for the different pre-hire assessments. And what I mean by this is you could create a total score for applicants that's comprised of different assessments, and each one could get a different weight. So for example, applicants might receive a total score where 75% of the score is the written exam and 25% is the structured interview. But then the question is, how do you decide these weights? And this slide here outlines the factors that we considered when we were determining how the assessments should be weighted. So the first one is the number of competencies measured by an assessment. If, for example, an assessment that measures 10 competencies, a measure that assesses 10 competencies should be given more weight than, let's say, a measure that assesses 5 competencies. The second factor is the criticality of tasks that are linked to the competencies. So a competency that's linked to more critical tasks should be given more weight in the process than one that's linked to fewer critical tasks. And our final factor here is the number of different assessments that measure a competency. So if multiple assessments measure a competency, we would want to make sure that competency doesn't receive too much weight because it's measured on multiple competencies, because it's measured on multiple assessments, compared to one that was measured on only a single assessment. And currently, the process does not include weighting the assessments, but if the city moves in that direction in the future, this could be the procedure that would be used. This is how the weights could be constructed for determining a final score for applicants. Next slide, please. So we also did a broader review of the current assessments that are used. And broadly speaking, what we found was that the current assessments measure the important categories of competencies that emerge from the job analysis. So cognitive skills like reasoning and problem solving are assessed, interpersonal skills like teamwork and cooperation, physical skills like endurance and strength, and character-related competencies such as integrity, discipline are all assessed in the process. And so in general, we didn't see any gaps here in terms of what should be measured. And we also just have some pretty minor suggestions for things that could be improved rather than any major deficiencies in the assessments that are currently used. The next slide summarizes a couple of these recommendations that we have about the assessments. So the first one is about the structured interview. And the structured interview currently measures several competencies that were critical in the job analysis. However, there were 2 competencies that are assessed in the interview that didn't meet the criticality threshold. So we would recommend revisiting these and potentially removing these 2 competencies from the structured interview, replacing them, creating new questions, new rating scales, and so on. The second recommendation is also about the structured interview. And here we recommend reviewing the rating scales to make sure they're inclusive enough. What I mean by this is sometimes there are checklists with potential responses and points that should be awarded for each response. And in some cases, they might be too narrow and specific, so we recommend reviewing those to see if those checklists could be expanded so that applicants can get the points that they deserve. And the final recommendation here is in regards to the written exam. So when we were doing the mapping that I discussed, mapping the current assessments to the job analysis, we did our best, but in some cases, for the written exam, it was unclear exactly which competencies were being assessed. So this recommendation is really just to talk to the test publisher to clarify what's being measured on the written exam. And we had other minor recommendations too, but these were just the key ones that we wanted to address here. With that, I think we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you very much, Professor. Questions? Director Hendricks, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wish that I had had this earlier. The presentation was great, but it's too much for me to digest right now. But my concern has been not equal to your program, and I've talked to Mr. Moore about it, is the interview that's given to the applicant, and that's where they fail. They pass on everything else, but when they get to these folk who are sitting up here in front of them that I don't trust, they fail them. And I don't know what you can do about it, but that's the only comment I've got, and I think a lot of it's racial. I can tell you, people have talked to me who have been before this police department. I think that was before Chief Buckner came, so I have to give him credit. Chief Buckner, I called your name. What I'm complaining now did not happen. I don't need you now. It did not happen. It has not happened since he's been here, but before he came, that's what we had. We dealt with racial stuff.
Right, and that's also one purpose of creating the structured interview, so everyone gets the same questions, and hopefully the answers are evaluated in the same way. And I believe that was the purpose of this checklist. So if someone gives a particular response, they earn a point. So that's one of the purposes of a structured interview, is to make the process more fair.
Okay, I want to ask you, how do you all feel about that panel that asked the questions of the applicant? Do you have that incorporated into your program? If so, how? You understand what I'm saying?
So let me just say that, first of all, with regard to the question on who's failing the structured interview, we looked at those numbers, and those numbers were consistent among the applicants. There was no disparate impact.
How many years?
What's that?
How many years
We
did
just
you?
looked at the more recent data, so
Oh, okay.
I can't tell you going back. But if I understand your question correctly, one of the question, if you're asking the makeup of the panel, right? Is that what you're asking about, that does the interview?
Yeah, and I
So-
don't think it should be staff.
So let me say that the process of conducting structured interviews is very involved, and it involves training on the raters that do the structured interviews. And so, there are folks like Amanda that do this kind of training consistently. I know that Kathleen has done this training internally as well. It's not our position at this point to specify who should be on the panel, although we would say that the police department has expressed an interest in having more involvement on that panel, and we certainly think that's a good move, given the way the panels have been made up in the past.
Could you tell me whether the interviews that maybe you've had of other police departments, what type leverage did they have at the end?
Yeah, so again, things vary greatly among police agencies.
Tell me how many have you had, or have you had a percentage that actually has that panel up there of employees, interviewing employees? That I don't like.
Okay, so
Public doesn't like.
most police agencies that do interviews of incoming employees are using existing staff to do those. And as you go up in the ranks to more higher ranks within the police department, you start to see folks from other agencies brought in, higher level ranking people to do, sergeant, lieutenant, captain interviews and so forth. But at the entry level, most police agencies are using folks from within their own agency to do those interviews.
Well, as I see it, it's a time for change. Thank you.
Could I follow up on that for just a minute? Were you able to determine what type of training our panels have had in the past, or whether they've had any training to perform the structured interviews?
Yes, we do know that they have gone through radar training. All of the folks that have been involved on the panels have gone through radar training that I think Kathleen and her team have put together. So we don't have any, I didn't find any reason to be concerned about their ability to exercise the rating mechanisms that were put in front of them.
It's not.
Well, it sounds like that's a very important area. I mean, we all sit with some level of subjectivity when we're looking at somebody and asking questions in terms of, even with a structured interview on that rating. Are civilians ever used?
Some police departments do use civilians.
At least in part for the panel?
Yeah, some agencies do that. And again, that's why I say it really runs a wide range.
Yeah.
But again, there's a fair time commitment, and it does require the training up front. But I will tell you, and I'm going to let Amanda jump in on this too, but I've gone out and done this type of radar training, and part of the process of doing the training is helping people understand what they're trying to rate. So we go through a mock drill of the questions and the things that they're going to be rating, and we compare those scores to make sure that the way you're viewing it is in the same context as another colleague might be viewing it. Now, your scores might vary slightly, but we find that they're typically fairly consistent.
Yep, that's actually what I was about to add. We've looked at the interviewer training materials, and everything looks good. It talks about potential mistakes that might be made and how to kind of guard against those as an interviewer. I think our only recommendation was to add more practice. So bring in a fake interviewee and have everyone rate the person and try to calibrate to make sure that the ratings are the same, or, you know, via videotape. But that usually helps to calibrate people in a training setting rather than having them rate people for the first time in the actual interview.
My light is still on. My last question, are you familiar, I'm sure, I hope that you are familiar with the makeup of the police department by race and number?
Yes.
Can you tell me what you know about it?
Yeah, right now, I believe the demographic is approximately 25% African-American, 45% white, and a variety of different races in between. I'd have to look at the exact numbers.
You're close.
I think it's about right.
Thank you, that's mine.
Director Campiris, you recognize, please.
A couple of things intrigued me. Did you say at the first that you had to go out and develop a process to do this for the collaboration between your two groups? This has not been done before?
I may have confused you. The 10-city study that we did, to my knowledge, has not been done before. So we did create a survey that we went out to these 10 agencies around the country and collected data from. That's the piece that we created that really hasn't been done before.
How'd you come up with that? I mean, I think it's very creative but I'm a little bit shocked that this has got to be a national problem, that you're creating a new model for doing something at this point in time.
Well, I'm in sales, so just know that quite frankly, this is it's a fairly recent issue in terms of total hires. It's been a concern for some time about representation of your community, right? The organizations mirroring the communities they serve, but I don't really feel it's gotten the kind of push that it deserved until the last few years, as a lot of the tensions throughout our country have emerged. So certainly there have been people that have looked at recruiting and hiring and retention, but the perspective that we took on it was a little bit unique in that we wanted to say, you know, who's having success hiring folks of color? Help us understand, how did you get there? Because we think that's very informative, and it will not only benefit you, but benefit the field as a whole. So to my knowledge, there really hasn't been anything done like this previously, and to that extent, it's unique and new.
Well, I've got some other questions, but I hope you publish this so other people have this information.
Yeah, we certainly, it's not going to be published per se, but it will be available to our members, and we'll use it in future projects as well.
The thing that most intrigued me was your rate limiting step was our training facility and training staff. And how do you solve that conundrum that in order to increase the numbers, you take people off the street? In order to increase the staff, that you have to spend money to do it. How do you suggest we go about doing that? Because it doesn't really make any difference what the interview process is, in all honesty. If you can't get them through because you can't get them through the process, that's the important thing. I mean, that's basically the limiting factor. If this was an experiment, that's the rate limiting step.
Chief Buckner can back me up on this. That's the question I asked him when we first visited. And I said, what are you willing to do? Because the problem right now is, even if you had enough people ready to go, you can't get them through the pipe quick enough to get staffed up. So as we discussed, it's a sell. It's a hard sell to your command staff, to your mid-level staff, to your line level supervisors and your line staff to say, you're going to be working shorter than you were before, because we got to get some other folks through the door. So it's a pay me now or pay me later, but you can't solve the later problem unless you pay me now.
Well, I agree with you, but tell me the specifics on how you do it. I mean, I find it very intriguing. I mean, do you double the size of the training facility? Do you double the number of trainers? I mean,
I'll let Chief Buckner speak to that, but effectively what you need to know is, how many people do you need to get through consistently, and how many classes can you run, and how many folks can you get through? And right now, the ability to get enough folks through hasn't been there. So, Chief, you want to jump in?
Well, just to follow up on what Director Compier said, we know, and the chief has told us that over the last 6 years, we've had an average of 37 that have left the department for one reason or another, and hired an average of 31. And obviously, we're losing 6 each year. That's 36 less than we had, 6 years ago. So, and I know that, I mean, I've been around for a while. We've had 35 in a class. We have had 18. Currently, I think we got 9 in the last class, and we're trying to get 2 training sessions a year. And so my question is if you're running 2 training sessions a year, and you recommended continuous hiring, how many is with the existing staff that we have? I mean, how many in a class should we want to aspire to?
Let me just say this quickly. You're down about 75 officers right now.
Yeah.
Okay, your attrition rate is 40. That's 115. It takes a year to get them trained up. So you're in the hole 115, plus you're going to be down 35 next year. You're in the hole 150 by the time you get through your training class next year, okay? And
That's my point. Tell me the size of the classes and the size of the facilities and the number of officers. I mean, it's not a hard it's not a hard question.
In short, there will be pain before progress. There are some personnel decisions that I have to make in order to go to the feeder, which is the academy, in order to long-term be able to fix our vacancy issue. When he first came, his first question to me is, how committed are you to what we're going to recommend to you? I said, very much so. So the first thing you need to do is you need to add staffing to your training academy. We've already done that. There's some things that Captain Helton has, and I don't know if you all have that before you. There are a number of things that have already been recommended that we've already implemented while we were waiting for the draft to come out because we knew the importance of them. So I've already added 3 personnel to the training academy, which was the short-term kind of addition that we needed. Today, Captain Helton tells me that for class size, we can logistically do a class of about 40, based upon the size of our facility, based upon the staffing that we have out there. So I can put in a class of 40. Mr. Moore gave me authorization to move from 2 classes a year to 3 classes a year. The 3rd class will start in the calendar year, but it will graduate in the next year. So that's one of the ways that we would think that we will be able to catch up quicker.
Yes, sir, but part of it is, just by your numbers, as you just said, that means we're going to be 40 behind what we were this year. Right? If you have 3 classes of 40 each, that's 120. So you said 160 or 170. So you're 40 or 50 behind.
So
I mean, I think Irma is right about we need to figure out how to get the interviews right and do that. But we can do that. I mean, that I don't think it's going to be rocket science. But the thing that intrigues me is that you've got, somehow or another, you've got to say, here's our normal rate of attrition, here's the normal rate of retirement and quitting, here's what it takes to get these people through. We want to maintain this. And it sounds to me like we need to be putting 250 people through a year or 200 people a year.
Well, you have a gap problem right now. Okay,
Yeah, that's one nice way of putting it.
You need to get 150 people through as soon as possible, and then probably about 60 on a consistent basis, because of the way your turnover is going to run.
Then tell me how to do that.
Well, if we can have Captain Helton come forward, we've been working very closely to develop a plan based on the recommendations, but also, Director Pierce, to answer your question, part of this was the way we structured our request. I knew this was not only a recruitment issue, but it was also a testing issue. We've talked about it, Director Richardson has talked about it for a long time. So now you're going to have a whole different structured interview process that's going to be presented. But Captain Helton, if you could just hit the highlights of what we're doing from the recruitment
I'll be
standpoint.
happy to jump right into the firing pan.
Sorry.
Mayor Stola, Vice Mayor Webb, City Manager Moore, members of the board, it's an extreme honor to be able to get up here tonight and talk about what we've been doing on behalf of Chief Buckner, Assistant Chief Folk. I want to first recognize my team members that are here with me, Lieutenant Mary Cook, who is the Training Division Lieutenant, and then Sergeant Van Thomas, who is my recruiting personnel supervisor. He just joined us in January, has a lot of energy and a lot of excitement that he's bringing to the table, and I think he's going to help lead the charge in some of the recommendations made by IACP and HUMRO. I want to first start out with our presentation. You can go ahead and proceed with the slide there, Scott. Kind of just working on the agenda, and I'm not going to rehash a lot what has already been addressed, but I think as far as recruiting and getting our message out there, it all starts with the department's mission statement. Scott, if you can go ahead and go to that first slide. And when we developed this mission statement for the department, it really started with the acronym of TRUST. And when I talk about trust and when we develop that, we're talking about teamwork, we're talking about respect, we're talking about understanding, service, and then being transparent. And with that acronym, we developed our mission statement. We feel like best focuses our position as an organization to best represent and give services to the citizens of this community. Next slide, Scott. So taking that mission statement and putting it all together, we came up with what is our objective as a recruiting unit based on our conversations with IACP, HUMRO, and then collectively as a group sitting down and going, how do we move forward in a challenging time for law enforcement that over the last couple of years has taken a beating. It is not just a Little Rock problem, it is a nationwide problem. There has been incidents across the country that have caused a lot of backlash, some warranted, some just given the nature of the time that we're in. We went a year, about 2011, 2012, where we didn't do any hiring. We were very short, so we're seeing the repercussions of that now that are taking place. So when we looked at it from a recruiting objective, basically what we came up with was our commitment to recruiting a workforce that is very reflective and diverse of our community, and then searching out to get the most talented and dedicated people for this organization. So how do we do that? Next slide, Scott. We got to take the recommendations of IACP. You can go ahead and flip the next one because a lot of these have already been addressed. I want to focus on those highlights. First, we got to start with our hiring process, and I'm not going to dive too much because I know Ms. Kathleen Walker is going to take a lot of that, but I do want to highlight some of the things. It was talked about on the communication standpoint. We have already begun addressing our communication issues and bettering that process with human resources. Sitting down and meeting on, maybe it's every 2 weeks, maybe it's a quarterly basis, but there's a constant flow of communication between us and human resources now on how to develop applicants, how do we continue the testing process, scheduling dates. You can see on the PowerPoint slides in front of you, we've already got all of our testing dates scheduled for the entire year. So we've already got that lined out. We have already in place, everything's in motion. We're talking about the concept that HR just talked about, or excuse me, HUMRO just talked about, was the evaluation of the structured interview process. That has already taken place. We have collectively sat down as a group with the police department and human resources personnel, got together, reevaluated everything, looked at all the core competencies, and come up with a process that we feel like is better than what we had before. The questions have been streamlined. We feel like and to give you an example on some of the structured interview questions in the past, you might have one question that was there, but you might have had 6 questions within that one question, which it can be confusing sometimes to individuals. So if I'm nervous at all, I go in there to read one question and I've got 6 questions within that. I might have forgot what 5 of them were because I'm so busy concentrating on one. So we've been able to take all that out and narrow it down to one question with a very simplified answer. So we feel like it's going to be very successful in the structured interview, and we're going to get a better scoring mechanism and hang on to better people along the way. And the structured interview is not going to be a sole disqualifier now. We've come up with the idea of with an overall composite score, taking into account for the written test, taking into account for a structured interview test, and then coming up with a mechanism to score additional points to whether I have education, I'm bilingual, or have I been previously involved in the military. So that'll be another addition to that composite score that we feel like will help maintain a collective group of individuals that in the past maybe we have lost because of just that one scoring mechanism. We're looking at the pre-test program. That was something that was addressed by IACP. Currently, the written test in place, applicants have the ability to go online to the test site and pay for a study guide, which is about $19 them. We have obtained a copy. We have gotten a copy of that test, which we can lay out and show people when they come to our recruiting fairs and show them this is what the test kind of looks like. It's very similar to this study guide. And then we're in the process of developing with my team. When the applicants come in, we're going to set aside a day to where they can come out to the academy and sit down, and staff will work with them on how to prepare for the test, what your expectations can be in the structured interview process, what the fitness test process is like. So we're going to spend that extra time and put a more personal touch and personal spin on our recruiting efforts. Next slide, Scott. Recruiting. Mitch touched on this earlier, rebranding. I think this is one of the most important aspects of us as an organization that we need. I know Mr. Director Hendricks has talked about things in the past. We have to change the way we are. One of this slide here is something that we came up with, aspire to make a difference. Because I think everybody, especially when we talk about millennials, they generally want to make a difference in their community and they want to impact their community. So I think we should try to attract and aspire individuals to want to come out here and make a difference. So working with the City of Little Rock's public relations team to how to get the message out there and research new opportunities through marketing firms on getting our message out there. How do we go about doing this? We've done commercials on TV. We've done commercials on public access channel on trying to get more avenues out there to get our message across. New recruiting materials. We have a nice traveling recruiting board that we take out now. If you've seen us before in job fairs, it was pretty sad, to say the least. We had a skirt fit over the top of the table, and materials were fairly sad to begin with. When Chief Buckner come on board, he looked at that and said, this is not going to cut it. So we have since gone on and got us a very nice setup. When you go to these job fairs, we usually stand out amongst everybody else that's there. We have a very, as we like to say, we have a lot of swag, and we look good when we're out there. The standalone recruiting webpage. I think this is very critical and very essential to us as an organization succeeding in the future. There are a lot of agencies out there, New Orleans Police Department, San Antonio Police Department. Those are probably the two top recruiting specific web pages that are out there that I always go to for information. But we have to have our own standalone microsite, I think is a technical term, that feeds off of the main city's webpage. Because millennials now, they do all their research online, which is indicated right now. And honestly, if it's not eye-catching within the first 5 seconds when they look at it, they will go on. And right now, we are not eye-catching, so we think the development of our own standalone page is very critical to our success. Social media, we work very strongly with and very closely with our public affairs office, but we also think developing our own Twitter handle, LRPD Recruiting, something to that effect, our own Facebook page to keep our message out there. The opportunity for people to tweet to a recruiter and speak to that recruiter at any time on social media we think is critical. So those are some other avenues that we're exploring on the recruiting standpoint. Next slide, Scott. One thing that Sergeant Thomas brought to the table when he came out, he recognized our need to kind of rebrand, and he came up with the slogan, I see the blue in you. And part of that is adopting the concept, which is one of the principles of what IACP gave in our original draft, or the draft that it provided for us, was everybody is a recruiter in your organization. So Sergeant Thomas kind of came up with these cards, and we are now moving forward to provide every officer in this police department with a recruiter card. And they can hand these out to potential applicants that we see. We can hand them a card and say, we see this, we see the blue in you. And it starts the ball rolling. We want to add that personal touch, almost like what college athletics does with an athlete. College recruiting starts very early, and a recruiter gets on you, guess what? They call you weekly. They send you messages daily. They constantly reach out to you. That is the concept and the mindset that we are adopting in our recruiting unit. We are on top of our applicants now. From the minute that they fill out that interest card, Sergeant Thomas, within the next day, he's pulled their names and he's sent them a personal email with his information, contacting them. And not only them, but he goes back to all the other applicants that have ever applied before, and he's reached out to them as well, saying, hey, we're hiring. Are you still interested? We'd like to see you in blue. So those are some things we're doing. The hiring incentive program. We're all aware of the bonus that came out with the last class. I can honestly say that I think it has had a huge impact on our applicant process that we see now. Typically, this time last year when we had an open application process, we took in about just a little over 300 applications in the first 30 days. I'm proud to say right now we're at 520 applications, and this application process closes in another 2 weeks. So we are above expectation. Our lateral officer program, We tend to draw, roughly about 10 to 15 applications. We're over 50 right now. Now, 50 of those, it's a kind of a skewed number because about 30 of those probably won't be, 20 to 30 will not be in that lateral role. But we're seeing an increase in that number as well. So and then laterals are important to us because they're a shorter amount of time that we have them, and then we can get them out a little bit quicker. The resident incentive program we're pushing with our applicants, constantly talking about those benefits. And then we also talk about GI Bill. Our training academy is an accredited GI Bill or veterans training facility. So if they have GI Bill benefits that's still available to them when they're in the academy, they get to utilize those benefits while they're there. So that is another perk that we push to our veterans and saying, hey, you can come here and get your GI Bill as well for that vocational training. And then a new program that we'll be unleashing here in the next coming weeks. We're getting all the data or the language together on, but an employee referral program, meaning employees that refer an individual to the police department and they're hired, $500. So getting our people and investing people within the organization to get people in the door. So that's something that we're happy to try to see and getting everybody involved as a recruiter. Next slide, Scott. Interest cards. I kind of briefly touched on that. When they fill them out, we give that personal touch. We're also working with a group out of New York City that's called Behavioral Insights Team. Some of y'all are probably familiar, you've worked with them, but they have been very instrumental with the Chattanooga Police Department in turning their recruiting around and helping out with that program. So I know Ms. Doucette with the city has been working with the BIT program. I think Melissa Bridges, and I know can't think of it, slipped my mind from it, but was with the public information group here in the city, has been working with them as well. So we have started our conversations with them. They are assisting us free of charge, of course, and they're going to be pushing out over 1,200 emails by the end of this week to previous applicants that have gone out. So they're helping us getting the message out, and what they have done is restructured those emails to different formats and allows the applicant, if they go in and click on a link that they provide in the email, it allows them to track data. And that data is useful for us because it tells you how we're actually reaching out, who's responding, what method of those emails are actually getting the response that we want back. So we're very excited to see how that information comes back. Chief Buckner recently touched on the expansion of the personnel unit. We added 3 personnel in the fall of 2016. That is going to help speed up our background process. Prior to that, I had 4 officers assigned to personnel. 3 of those were doing officers, and 1 of them was doing all the civilian personnel within the organization. So very full plate. So you think if we get 80 applicant books that we're working on, I've got 3 people doing 80 books. That's a lot of work for 3 people. So now I've added more personnel, so now it's going to cut the book time down to where we'll be able to speed through this up and speed the process up. Next slide, Scott. When we talk about acquisition of a background investigation software, this is, we also think, a very critical component because it cuts down on snail mail. We still do, why we still do things snail mail, I'll never know, but we are in the process of trying to look at the technology age. I know Sergeant Thomas was on the phone today with a company that is kind of the premier group, one of the premier groups out there that specializes in background software. They have made the commitment to us today that they're going to provide us with 7 free licenses, software licenses, to allow us to work through the next background process when this closes on March the 13th to utilize for that group. So we're going to test this program out, see how fast it speeds things up, which we think it's going to do tremendously, and hopefully make the recommendation to purchase that software once it's all said and done. We talked previously, I know it was mentioned about the disqualification standards. That will take place later this year. We're going to sit down collectively, a group, and after the report comes out from IACP, and sit down and reevaluate those DQ standards. The social media platform from applicants, I know that's always a touchy subject, but if it's on a public access, a public open forum, then we will start looking at those deals to make sure we don't get people that are tainted with messages and things like that. If it's a private account, obviously we're not going to pull people in and ask for their passwords or anything like that, but most people out here keep their stuff pretty public, and we'll look at those and make sure we're not getting bad apples into the cart. Reviewing questionable background information, that is already in place. I know that was one of the recommendations that IACP has made. We have a command staff review when the books are done, they come to me. I will do the initial evaluation of the book if there is, and before I send it up to the chain to the executive staff, if there is one that is very questionable, obviously that is set aside for the time that the assistant chiefs, the chief and myself get together to discuss that individual, whether they should continue to move forward in the process or not. And then one thing that I'm very happy to see what Sergeant Thomas brought to the table was a 45-day turnaround on applicant books. Sometimes when we wait on snail mail, things get drawn out a little bit longer than we would anticipate. And again, I was working short-staffed, not an excuse, but just the dynamics of the situation. Now that we're up to staff, Sergeant Thomas has now implemented a 45-day turnaround. So once my investigators get their books, they have 45 days to get that book wrapped up and turned around. So we feel like it's going to speed up our process tremendously. So we're pretty excited to see how that's going to take place. Next slide. The training. Lateral officer program, which we think is a good ground for us, but obviously other agencies don't like it when you implement a lateral program. Previously, our lateral program was you had to have at least 32 consecutive months of law enforcement service before you could be considered. What we did is cut that down to 24 months. Because there were some other agencies or some officers that have approached us and, man, I'd like to come to work for Little Rock, but I don't have 32 months on. So we've talked with Chief Buckner, looked at some other agencies around the country, and 24 months seems to be the best practice there. So we've cut that down to 24. We make it one of the incentives. We talk about laterals. Hey, you're able to work off-duty security after 6 months of graduating the lateral school. And they're also eligible for hiring incentives, which is a good thing as well. We talked about, I know the mayor mentioned running 3 schools a year. Mayor, we're going to try to one-up you. We're going to try to do 4 recruit schools this year. I've talked with staff. Even though I am short-staffed, we are committed and dedicated to addressing this problem with the lack of applicants we're getting in the door. We feel like one initiative that we're going to do, every 15 to 18 weeks, we're going to start an academy class. So we'll have some overlappage in there. I've talked with Sergeant Thomas. He feels very confident that he'll hit these deadlines. So I've assured Chief Buckner that we're going to make this work. So we have the classes going now with 18 recruits. We are planning to start our lateral class in May. Hopefully, I'm looking anywhere from 10 to 20 in that group. The next recruit class after that will start late July, early August, and then we'll start a class in November that will lead over into the previous year. And we'll do this until staffing levels get adequate to where we feel comfortable we can go back to 2 a year. But this is our plan. This is how we plan addressing that. Another thing I'm pretty excited about, we're getting some information in and building our platform, but I want to start a Little Rock Legacy program. And what I mean by that is creating mentors within the organization that can come in and be mentors to our recruits as they go through the process. Meaning, if I have a recruit, these obviously our mentors would go through a training program to become a mentor, and then we would pair them up with recruits, obviously female to female, male to male, but it would have the avenue for these recruits, say after hours, they didn't get some instruction that day was not very clear. They can pick up the phone and call their mentor and say, hey, I'm just not clear on, Mr. Carpenter talked a lot about deadly force today and Graham versus Connor. I'm really still confused about it. Is there any way you can give me some information on it? And it's just a sounding board. Or it gives the opportunity for a mentor to call a recruit and say, hey, how's things going out there? Because a lot of times in a recruit setting, people tend to shelter up. It's a new thing. They go through a shock system, a cultural change, and a shift change. So it gives another avenue for us to hang on and then invest our officers within our organization to invest in the training program, which we think is very important. Next slide. Our community partnerships, I know that was addressed earlier. We have already started reaching out to our community partners and our stakeholders within the organization, within the community. One thing that we've done, we have partnered with the Little Rock School District and Metropolitan VOTEC with their criminal justice program. Officer Jessica Eubanks is our representative from the training division who will serve dual roles, not only in a recruiting process, but she is also going to spend a quality amount of time over at Metro. And her job is to basically help them get their program going, but also recruit those demographics, that 18 to 21-year-old who doesn't quite really know what they want to do with their life when they leave. But she can hopefully steer them to our program, which will be hopefully unveiled here very soon, where our TRU program, our telephone reporting unit, well, we'll have the opportunity to pick these people up and say, hey, if you don't really want to know, but you might want to go in law enforcement, why do you go work at TRU for a little while? Or go to communications. Work over there for a while, get your foot in the door, and then as you progress, we'll get you moved over to the law enforcement side. So it's an avenue for us to get people early before that 18 to 21 where we see a lot of mistakes made in their backgrounds or is in that demographic. And right now, as a city, we don't have nothing we offer anybody that wants to come law enforcement. We miss that demographic very much. So we've kind of targeted, that's one of our target demographics right now. Military and veterans organizations, we're reaching out to military groups. Now, we realize that with the new administration currently in, there is a lot of talk about increasing military spending, so we don't know how that's going to affect our applicant pool because we tend to draw from the same group. So, but we will still continue to reach out to our veterans organizations on how we can improve relations there and attract those who are out processing from the service. Focusing more on our influencers. When I talk about influencers, I'm talking about teachers, parents, clergy members, getting with those individuals within the community and say, hey, do you have somebody that might be interested? Do you have somebody that looks like they might want to be community-minded who wants to come in and help? Because what we find in a lot of job fairs is when these applicants come out, they want to do something. They want to be part of their community. A lot of them are afraid to get involved with the police because there's a negative stigma about being law enforcement. I've been doing this 21 years, greatest job in the world. I don't regret it one day a bit. And I love being part of my community and love doing what I do. And I think we have to be able to track those individuals to the organization. Working through social media, and then working with our neighborhood associations. I know Sergeant Thomas has been very active with reaching out to them, reaching out to the churches, and then getting with other organizations within the city to, hey, help us identify those individuals. I know Director Adcock has been very supportive of sending people our way. We're making inroads to the Latino community, which we're very excited about. So hopefully that our progress will be seen there. Next slide. And our last slide here. Something we surely focus on. You can make a difference. Not only just people out there, but you as board members, everybody that works in the city, we can all make a difference in trying to get people to join the police department. It's a noble profession. It's one of the greatest professions in the world, and I can't think of a better way to come back and give back to the community. One that I grew up in. I've graduated from Little Rock School District. I've been here all my life. And to me, just getting that sounding people out there to know, hey, we're great at what we do. And overall, we're a pretty good department. We got a lot of great people that work here and a lot of people that love coming to do this job day in and day out. At this point, I'll be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you very much, Captain. That was an excellent presentation. We do have some questions. Are these, there were people who had signed up earlier. Are you ready? Okay. Director Compiers, were you finished? I'm through. Okay. Director Richardson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, and certainly
Yes, sir.
thank you for all that you do for our community. And Bruce probably knows this question is coming to him first, because we have a process right now that we've lost potential officers to other municipalities or even armed services because we have a process that I think is somewhat interesting. And you can tell me, Bruce, we're going to still utilize this because it's real. Go back to the point she said the weight of each part. And I know in the past we had a structured interview outweigh the physical and the written. And do we have that process still in place?
That, I mean, if we didn't catch anything tonight, I want you to catch that. That has changed. What we have to do, because it's civil service approved, our plan is to take it to the Civil Service Commission next month, or, March. Get those approved and put that in place for the 2 recruit classes that the Captain Hilton just talked about. So that is changing.
I'm sorry if I missed that. Erm was over pushing on me and punching on me. My next question then, what questions are presented in the oral interview that are not presented in the written interview? And what are we looking for? Are we looking for subject-verb agreement or tonation or body language? What are we looking for in the structured oral interview that we're not getting in a written interview?
I think probably Miss Walker is probably the best person to answer that question. So.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you said.
Yes, ma'am.
No, we're not going to do the whole one.
Maybe
Just
we
answer
can-
the-
No, not a presentation.
Just answer the
God, no.
question.
All right, good evening. It's rough being 4 hours late into this, so I will be very brief because I did have a short presentation planned. For our structured interviews, basically, there's several recommendations that we could do now, and we have already implemented those. So we have started streamlining the kind of questions. We are going more with a behavior-based question, and we can kind of give you that handout to take with you. And it's basically where you're answering questions about yourself. So structured interviews are two types of questions. One is situational. Basically, I'm at a candy store, I see someone steal a candy bar. What would I do? What issues do I see? That's a situational based questions. And we've always had a blend of situational based and behavior based, which is tell me about a stressful situation in your life. How does it impact you? How did it impact your family? That's behavior based. So we're changing the style of the questions. We are streamlining our questions. We are changing the style of the scoring guides, all based on the implementations. Those we can do now. The weighting factors is what we're going to civil service, which Bruce has just mentioned to you. So those weighting, we're actually going to weight a portion of the test, and you're going to have a true composite score. So you're making that the factor of looking at someone to hire based on a true you're looking at the whole pie, a whole composite score. That we will have to go to civil service. And one of the things that we're also looking at is removing the passing requirement of structured interviews, since you're going to be putting it into a composite score.
So it's an objective enough process where the pass-fail is not dependent upon the makeup of the panel.
Correct. Right now, our panels have always been diverse, so we always have representation both with minority and gender, and there is a panel member of police, a panel member it's fire, and a supervising staff member with the city. So usually it's a manager or a supervisor. Those panels are diverse with both race and sex. And right now, we're looking at the panel makeup of, do we want to have it be all law enforcement or 2 law enforcement? So that's right now in the discussions.
Thank you.
Thanks. My name is Kathleen Walker. I apologize. I'm the Employment Services Manager. I'm in HR, and I work with the Police Department concerning the recruiting and hiring.
Director Hendricks, did you have another question?
Yeah, I have a question.
You're recognized. Go ahead, please.
I don't know whether you would call it a question, but the young man, you mentioned about the school, what the school district is doing, how they're helping.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with this program that the North Little Rock School District has that sort of connects with the police department? If you don't have it, I'll get it.
Are you referring to the PAL program?
I don't know what it's called.
It's probably the PAL, it's the Police Athletic League that they have over there at North Little Rock. It's an after-school program that is staffed by an officer, and they have a facilitator, and mostly involved in athletic-type sports throughout the year.
This one that I'm talking about has to do with policemen. Is that what it is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you kept saying athletes. Tell me about the police.
Yeah, it's more of an after-school athletic-type program. They have different activities, baseball.
Have you all thought
football.
about a program like that?
I think a long time ago it was looked at. I think some of the things that we're looking at now is along the lines of an Explorer program, which is something very similar to what the Boy Scouts of America do. We've had an Explorer program in the past, a long time ago, and it kind of fell by the wayside because funding was always an issue. But we realized that that demographic, the youth, is something that we feel like we need to start investing in early. Long-term, whether they decide to become law enforcement or not, but hopefully provide them with some good values and along the way so they can come up to be, productive members of society.
Since it was across the river, I thought maybe somebody needed to take a look at that and see what we can do with it.
My wife works for North Little Rock PD, ma'am, so I'm pretty, yes, ma'am, fairly familiar
I'd
with it.
love to see that incorporated in our, it seems that it's going well in North Little Rock.
They do a good job over there. I know that program's been established for quite a long time, and they have a lot of public, I think, private funds and donations that help support that program.
Okay, thank you.
Captain Helton, on the slide that you had where you made the note of the application periods, I know one of those application periods is open for another couple of weeks.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me when will are these the 3 other classes that you're talking about for the four classes? When will those start?
Yeah.
I was a little bit confused about the 45-day book and what's in the book.
Okay, yeah, the background book is a pretty intensive overview of a person's, basically their personal history.
Okay.
Everything from, where they've lived, employment, financial, military, education. So it's a combination of getting all that data in, the investigators reviewing and verifying that information, and then making the decision whether, if there's no DQ factors, get him scheduled for polygraphs, and then once all that information is gathered, then it's submitted up the chain for making
For a
the
hiring
for
decision,
hiring,
right?
yes, sir.
So when will the classes start for these 3 different application
Okay,
periods?
the class, we currently have, they're doing background books now, so that class that they're working on now will be for the late July, early August class. And the February 1st through the 3/13 block, that will include some of our coach school people that will start in May. Coat books generally, we can speed those processes up very quickly on them. And then the bulk of the other entry-level people will be for the late November class. And then in April, that'll be the early February class, because like I said, we're going to start overlapping our plan every 15 to 18 weeks to start a class. So you can see we're going to have background books ready to go and start identifying these individuals and making some of those early hires, because one of the complaints, like everybody has said, and I think IACP made reference to it, was that the extended amount of time. You'll see most law enforcement agencies across the country, the background process is a very lengthy one. And I don't think there's really ways you can shortcut that, because you want to make sure you're getting very valuable people within your organization. So if we can identify our top tier candidates with a new ranking system that basically you come up with a good composite score, and if I know I've got 30 positions over in communications, why not do an early hire of these individuals, capture them early, so other people are fishing in the pond here. I mean, you look at Central Arkansas roughly here, there's about 15 agencies that are fishing out of the same hole for good quality candidates. So if we could identify our top tier people early, get them hired, early entry into the organization, hang on to them so they're not taken by other agencies. We saw this during the last process. Our top 2 candidates on our list, one went to North Little Rock and one went to Conway. They hired them early, and they said, yeah, we wanted to come to Little Rock, but they offered us first, and we felt obligated to go to them. And we see that problem. So and I think the early thing is a big deal, and I think with the TRU and the possibility of getting some people in communications will help. So the April dates, just to get back to your question, Mayor, that will be for November, and obviously that August date will be for after February. So we're on target and online to hit and try to have a pool ready to go every 15 to 18 weeks.
How do you sign up to be a recruiter?
How do you sign up to be a recruiter?
I love it.
If you've got people you want to recommend us,
No,
man,
I'm going.
you want to
yeah.
be a recruiter for us?
Yeah.
If you got, just send us the names. We'll be happy to.
If Chief Buckner says it's okay.
If Chief Buckner says okay. Now, honestly, if you have people that you want us to take a look at, be happy to let us know the names, and Sergeant Thomas will he will definitely, or one of my recruiting staff. Oh, well, we would love. I think anybody that's in the city, whether it be city governor, city employees, we all work for the same group, and I think we all have a mutual investment in this organization. I don't know, ma'am. That'd be I'm just a small cog in the wheel.
Director Adcock, you recognize, please.
Chief Bewley and lots of our career officers started out as cadets.
Yes, ma'am.
Have we thought about another cadet program?
We have. I'm very open to a cadet program. It was here when I hired on. I think it's something that is very good for us. It's kind of like a farm team for baseball. It's a minor leagues. You're grooming your people early on, so they'll have the likelihood of staying within your organization in long term. We are, with the Explorer program, talking in that direction. I don't know what form of fashion, I don't know if we'll call it a cadet program, but we are in the works of trying to explore options to get that back going because we see it's very important.
Good, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Director Fortson, you recognize, please.
Well, Mr. Moore and Chief, I would say just, this is an awful lot to absorb at one time, but I think you've done exactly what you said you're going to do, and that is revise the entire process. I think the testing, the qualifications, the competency measures and everything are beyond my technical knowledge, but I sort of, I follow where you're going. And then I think in today's competitive world, Captain, salesmanship has a lot to do with getting the prospect in the door. And I think you've done a fantastic job putting together a marketing program that should get them here so we can test them, weed them out, and then train them. So I think I've got to absorb a lot of this, but I think basically what you've done is bring back a plan that speaks to what you promised you were going to do earlier, Bruce. So.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much,
Yes,
Captain
sir.
Helton.
Thank you.
Bruce, Chief, is there anything else you wish to present on this matter? Okay, well, I want to thank the International Association of Chiefs of Police in Humro for all your hard work on this matter, and we'll look forward to seeing the research on the hiring process, the new stuff that you came up with. Appreciate it. That concludes our agenda meeting, so we may all go home now if we'd like. Thank you.